a real issue. Because they are so fast and attack so quickly. So with a caster that has no armor, they are actually quite a menace. But to farm, they are pretty good here. For experience, for one thing. But also because they usually actually have pretty good drop rates for, you know, for what they are, terracotta soldiers. You know, basically like, they don't wear much armor, but that what they are wearing is actually a lot of weapons. So they still have good drop rates. And yeah, as you can see, like they are just basically disintegrating by themselves because they can't stand the electrical burn. Oh, also, yeah, one thing I did find, I guess. One thing I did find was my weapon. I'm gonna show you after. It's not a huge deal. It's not particularly good. Oh, and yeah, this one, by the way, this is a projectile. So you can actually block the life leech or avoid it, which is actually pretty cool. The spell, for example, is not one. But yeah, as you can see, like, this is super easy to farm, and then there's a lot of loot. And not amazing loot, like, don't farm this boss usually, like, even legendary I would not farm this boss, because his drop rates are so bad for rare items. But if it is just money that you want, then yeah, if you don't have any issues with the boss, or with the mobs, that's absolutely fine. Like, just get some money together, get some experience. Definitely worth it. Sometimes the vendors here reset, but not all of the times. I'm not quite sure what actually accounts for it. But yeah, as you can see, they actually did reset with this one. Very nice. One thing that I would really want, as you can see, I have the 11 elemental resistance. I would want a better one there. Like, if we had something with even just defensive ability would be nice. But yeah. I guess if nothing else, a charm like that, just because of 7% health. Even the life leech, I'm not quite sure. Extra health, as nice as it is, but nah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe I should look around for it. Like I said, you're not so much a oh, nice recharge. Nah, but I'm not gonna keep concentration, right? 8%. I mean, it is not bad. So, like, it is not bad to get a minus recharge stuff at all. Gonna keep it for now. But yeah, as you can see, we're getting money. It's also exactly what I said beforehand when we started Act 3, that I'm at about 3 million that I want to get to. About 3 million that I want to get to, so that if there is something rare that we want to buy, that we can. So there we go. Oh yeah, my weapon. I did find a Ligong. It has electrical burn, that is nice, but otherwise I'm really just wearing it for cold and lightning damage. Like, the offensive ability, so that I don't miss so much, is relatively nice, but otherwise it's cold and lightning resistance, really. Like, yeah, obviously the base damage is good enough. Like I said, there's offensive ability behind this, but it doesn't do that much for my damage, so it's not like it is a super valuable find, but it is nice to have. This unnerves me though, that we are already filling out our stuff here. Because I don't have that much inventory space. Yeah, this one I actually just kept, the Dreadful Hungamunga, for one, because of the name. You know, it's obvious, I got it for the name itself. But because it does have damage, it does have a piercing ratio, so it will do physical damage and piercing. But then it will do also bleeding damage, cold damage, and vitality damage. Which I'm actually like, you know, that sounds stupid enough for me to actually care about it. I should really... This is actually pretty interesting, 18 dexterity. 2 times. I should really look for... Poison resistance I would really want. I also found Imperial Braces. I'm not quite sure if I found them on the stream already or not. But they do have poison resistance and, you know, 18 attack speed. So what I'm actually having is 100 health from the Heracles Might that I would not get otherwise. Or, well, that I would have to equip here. It has a little bit more armor, which is nice, and it does have poison resistance, which is nice. Also defensive ability. But obviously I do have dodge attacks, which would then be still a bit better, I guess. It's about the same. I would maybe consider it, but I'm not quite sure. I guess for now I should equip them for the defensive ability alone. But obviously I want the extra life, so I'm not very much keen on actually destroying my scale braces right now in order to get the Heracles Might relic back. Is there another way to do it, basically? Is there a better way? Yeah, I could for example get the Golden Fleece and get the health there. But I don't really want to sacrifice a Golden Fleece either. We need another veterans suit basically then. I'm not quite sure. None of this is particularly appealing. There's not much that I can spend on health either. Even though I have attribute points, I can't really spend much there. Just gotta see if my chat is actually connected. Of course my chat is not connected. Why? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Every time, it's such a drag. I wish I had the money for a second monitor. I gotta make a donation goal. Okay, so this one is important. Vitality and stun resistance. I've already equipped this for the stun resistance. Also energy leech, but you know, it also had better armor. But yeah, stun resistance, just so that I'm not overrun. Getting this one for the vitality damage resistance is by itself already important. But also the stun resistance that we have, so that I'm not randomly getting stunned, or that I can at least react to something there. I would even say that I'm already gonna use it, because this one does actually have pretty good life, and the lightning resistance is not bad. Like I said, I'm actually gonna... I'm thinking we are gonna do something that is called a pro gamer move, and actually see what the vendors have.
A wise man would prepare himself well for the road ahead. Lucky for you, I have
Well,
goods to
back to that. 30% cold resistance is actually really nice. 10% avoid projectiles is nice. Then we are actually already at 40% if we equip this. And the 35% less damage from beasts. Just gonna buy it for the moment and see if we do have problems with beasts. This one is basically my my braces, like basically the trickery suffix that we get. And seeing if we are having something there. Not really. I'm wondering if I... Hey Pyro! I'm wondering if I can somehow cooperate.
Welcome to All Things Scottish. Our slogan is, if it's no Scottish, it's crap!
If I can, thank you very much, somehow incorporate the Life Leech into my build. I'm highly doubting that is possible. Also, nice that they actually... I have not handed in this quest yet, so... That's actually very nice of them. To remind me that, hey, I actually kind of want to do this still. Also, they are, again, just basically dying by themselves. It's very nice of them. Stop killing the sheep, please. Good that Harmony actually deflected the shot with her thick wool. Harmony is thick. And me and Harmony are tight. Maybe I should. Maybe that is quote worthy, eh? Let's see if I can still do that. Works! No, shit, fuck. It does not work. How do I quote? How do I actually do that anymore? Because I literally, because I never do that anymore. I always put my quotes in the Streamlabs OBS chatbot directly, so I'm not quite sure. I gotta relearn streaming. Let's put it in before I actually have to go back and check my VODs again. Ah, I hate it. Pyro, how are you doing, man? What is going on at the end of the work week? I just bought something for 300k, so you know, I might just as well. Okay. I always forget the cooldowns, obviously, when I'm going out of the game. This game actually stops because this is an actual single-player game. So the cooldowns of the spells do not refresh with it. So then I'm standing there with like, whoops.
You have no more.
I also, yeah, this one, health potions. I want to get rid of those if I find them. Just because I would have a problem with getting healed for a lesser amount if especially if I'm getting stunned, right? Yeah, there we go. You need to stop listening to that. Yeah, you do. Well, I mean, if you're having fun with it. I've posted the Guilty Pleasure song that I've been listening to in the Discord. I'm wondering about this one with the, like, I mean, it has worse base damage, so I'm probably not gonna do it. Yeah, that's fine. That's a lot of bleeding damage. Why is this penetrating hooked blade? That is actually a lot of bleeding damage. I've never seen that modifier before, which I never thought was possible. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of flashed. I never saw that. How? well, whatever. Good enough. Also, I'm lagging a little bit. No, my little guilty pleasure song. From Suli. It's called What My Mental Breakdown Sounds Like. Reminds me of a radio from like 10 years ago.
Maybe I'm a bit dumb. Got a lot of questions that I don't know the answers to. I don't know who to ask. Even Mr. Google's like, bruh, you need to figure this out on your own. On my own. Yeah, on your own. Am I really alone? All alone. I'm alone. I don't know.
That's the new Maria Takeuchi. But you get it, right? Like, it's a catchy tune. And she has a lot of other great songs. Double lightning damage? Maybe?
Hold your head up high and see if you can figure it out on your own. On my own. Yeah, on your own. Am I really alone?
We're really just finding shit. There's just nothing there.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
If I'm doing it right, doing it wrong, is there something
Let's see, normally Chang'an should have reset already.
going on? Are you alright? It's fine, but I'm dead in real life. But I'm dead in real life. In real
Although I do have my portal there.
right, doing it wrong. Is there something wrong with this way I'm moving on? What's going on? Are you alright? It's fine, but I'm dead in real life. So I guess.
Double fire lightning resistance?
So I guess.
This is actually over my level limit. Chapter 34. It is just resistant though. It is just resistant and has 2 different modifiers for it. So this could actually be relatively good.
Oh, you're done?
If it had a suffix to it. Okay, enough of that. I'm not quite sure if this is taking extra CPU from the Discord. I'm just closing it. Okay, I don't think we're actually finding anything much. Robust of Refuge, like, I mean, it does have extra armor. 7 strength, 7% health, and defensive ability. It's actually not horrible. I could see that. I could actually see that. Like I said, the armor is actually worth a lot for me. And I've unfortunately, like, I mean, I'm not gonna go back and farm, which, like I said, would be like, since I'm playing this as a no dev character, farming would actually be pretty important for me, because I have not gotten anything to actually give me extra armor. We still have 1, 2, well, basically 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 armor pieces, or something that I could actually upgrade. I should normally farm something here. when I'm playing Deathless, but nope. Not gonna do it. But it's definitely not the best thing to do. I should really play this, you know, standard. See what we can actually do to make ourselves as strong as possible. As you can see, there's a lot of different things that I have. Like I've now equipped this just for the poison resistance. I do have the elemental resistances a little bit now. And I do have slow resistance, and I do have stun resistance, and a little bit of energy leech resistance. And I'm gonna have the vitality resistance. Like, there's a lot of different stats that I wanna get into. Yeah, this is pretty disappointing. What can I say? Pretty disappointing that we are not getting anything for Mount Wuso. But okay. I can do it, I hope. We now know that this one is my best bet for the moment, so we are gonna equip this. Now I have 25% vitality resistance. Reduces the damage from all vitality attacks and life leech. Which is a really bad thing to say, because it actually does not. This does only vitality damage resistance, but there is specific life leech resistance modifiers as well. So this should not actually stop all life leech, but just having vitality is also important. And obviously I do have almost 60% stun resistance, which is really just reduces the duration of stuns. So it's not like I dodge most of the stuns. No, I'm actually reducing the time. You know what? See, that double stun that you can get from the Shadow Strike, and then when my cast speed is high enough, I can get the double stun with, or petrify, I guess, with the Distort Reality. But like I said, that is if I'm actually fast enough with my casting speed. If that is not the case, then I obviously don't get the double stun either. Not before something else happens. And again, I don't want health potions. I want only the better ones. So now those guys, Death Lances, not gonna test. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to test those out because they do hit me. Even just 3 of them get me to half-life. I should probably move my camera here. Also, it's exactly as bad as you would actually guess. With the Draconian mages, I almost died to, well, to a special one. It was 2 of them and a hero mage, a hero Draconian mage, which was very unlucky. Like literally the first thing I faced after behind the wall was literally one of the first things I faced, was a Draconian hero mage. Like there's different ones, but I faced the mage, and then on top of that, 2 of the normal mages were inside. And yeah, that was almost the end of my run. I mean, that was as close as it came to me actually dying so far. So I'm very sorry that you did not see that, but I also did not really expect that. Was very unlucky. But yeah, basically, like they stunned me and brought me down with a health potion already taking to less than 800 health. So was rather happy to get out of there. But no, I did not log out. And yeah, like the biggest thing is the stun for me here. Because as you can see, I just the modifiers that we have with this mastery combination is not that much based on survival. Obviously, I do have debuffs, but I don't have many buffs for myself. You're actually wearing something? No, okay. Just looked weird. And yeah, running into the archers, especially if you are actually running into the archers when they are not noticing with the Phantom Strike, you're already, while you're in Phantom Strike, applying the debuff with my Wrath. So it's actually a really nice combination. I'm still also retaining about as much. They actually have a stronger death aura than me, by the way. But the warlocks are a real issue, like especially in legendary, they become a real issue. So I have to be wary of those. What was I on about? I wanted to talk about something beforehand. But yeah, there's a really nice synergy with the reduced resistances, and then I actually apply the electrical burn, but then obviously also have the distort reality, which also there's petrify resistance, right? Sleep resistant, petrify resistant, which I will then also easier or will apply more with the distort reality, at least with the upgrade. Which, like I said, right now it's not that much of a difference. But in terms of damage, I would normally, I would say, upgrade this one. In terms of survival, so we have 14 off here now. Obviously, we need this one as soon as possible. And I just said the Trance of Wrath I actually really like because of the combinations that it has with itself and its own mastery. But obviously, we want the damage absorption and also the extra points. So I'm thinking about actually taking out 2 points here, like 2 level ups. So to have it at 6 of 12, less radius, and I'm not a fan of the idea, but might be necessary. And then put the points in here. Then we would have 9 points. Then we would need only 2 level ups until we get the Death Ward. Not quite sure. Not quite sure, but yeah. Would be something to actually think about. Obviously, we need to then with the Trance of Wrath, we need the radius that it provides with higher level ups, so that we can actually afflict them with the reduced resistances sooner, or even if I'm just running around. Let's see about those guys. He actually has a special mage staff, so yeah, there we go. Scepter of the Lich King. Minus 24 energy cost, sure. If this one actually had minus recharge, then it would be really cool. Like with the minus energy cost, you don't need that much base damage on them. But minus recharge is relatively hard to get, so this is one of the fewer ones actually that they are singing in German. I'm still not sure. Let me know if you actually hear something of the music. I mean, I don't want to have it so loud because obviously, like I said, I need the sound of the game to actually be more attentive to what is happening. Oh yeah, I was on about something before, and when we do have the extra radius with the Trance of Wrath. What happens is that we can actually run into or around the not so strong monsters, like the backline of the monsters, which will be easier to kill normally. Obviously diving into the backline is already pretty important, but also because I'm then inflicting damage on them, and right now the Trance of Wrath is actually doing pretty good damage. I hate the Warlocks. But as you can see, like, I'm also taking a lot of damage at the moment already. I'm inflicting it on all of them. God damn it. They just came out of the ground here. Can I? Yeah, this would have been one to actually dive in with the Shadow Strike if I hadn't used it. So that they can't see me, they are not triggering. That they... Actually, I should not go this way. Let's do it like this. Because I did not clear the other monsters around there. Yeah. Also slowdown. Yeah. You just saw the slowdown with the ice. Obviously, I now have a little bit of cold resistance at least. And the slow resistance, I do have 20%. That is from the mastery. The only resistance that I get from the masteries, which is pretty sad. Yeah, exactly. I almost ran into those. And yeah, like that, they are actually horrible, especially if there's someone that stuns.
Your inventory is full.
So I'm pretty afraid of those, of those death lances. They are just hitting for 100, obviously, but they do have high crit. They're attacking very fast. It's hard to get away from them. But yeah, like especially with attacking as fast as they do, when there's a stun, it is really hard to actually. Yeah, exactly. Like. You can't see it, but they instantly brought me down to 1000 health from my 2300. Even though I did not get stunned. So pretty damn annoying. Those guys I should actually interrupt before they're using their breath. They're not using their breath as much. In normal. Yeah, this was literally the first one now. Not using their breath that much. Oh, another Blue Dragon Scale. I already have those, but obviously you want 2 of them because you can dual wield them. Why not? So I'm gonna take the Blue Dragon Scales.
A mage cannot find goods like this anywhere.
But yeah, basically the Death Lances are kind of a preview to what Act 4 is gonna be like. That is also the reason why I now have this one with the less damage to beasts, because I'm highly suspecting that the beast enemies there are gonna give me a hard time. Yeah, like I said, this one would be really nice, but gonna sell it for now as well. Lightning fire, that's okay. Let's see, 200 health. We are actually over 200 D health barrier for what we are buying, or what we are able to buy. Like I said, I already could get upgrades for my rings if I just so found some. But obviously it is relatively difficult. The pierce resistance I would also like, because I'm literally sitting on 0 there. 18% dexterity is actually pretty cool, like with the 17 strength. We basically have 10% strength, 10% intelligence, and 18% dexterity. It's not horrible. Not particularly good either, but sure. Okay. Yeah, nothing
Long life.
that I particularly need here.
Take a look.
Let's buy some of those still.
Bye.
And then let's get our Blue Dragon skills. Like I said, now it's to the point where I actually have to take it a little bit slower than I would want. Darth, god damn it! My fucking chat is not working. I'm sorry, Darth. I did not see it. My chat is. Which modifier? I have no idea where I was. I'm sorry. Draconian mages, Great Wall and Chang'an areas are crazy strong, and they used to be even stronger. I mean, they were already nerfed. That's the worst thing ever. Now they are not stunning for that long anymore. I think they're having less casting speed even, or less projectile speed for it. So yeah, they were a menace beforehand. Melee Diviner was my first zero death run all the way till the end of Legendary. How did you do it? I never really used any modifiers against enemy types, except against Undead. Actually, the Undead, I'm not quite so sure which ones I would be mainly afraid of there. No, I'm thinking of Act 4, like I said, beasts. Yeah, just... I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my chat is not working. Like I said, I just need the money for a second monitor, right? But I'm strictly against donation goals and shit. So... it's gonna take a while, I guess. No. But just write something again. Like, I mean, I tested it beforehand. That I wrote something and I saw it, but apparently it instantly disconnected again. Can you please chat? There we go. Okay. So I hope I'm back. There we go. I see you, Darth. I see you now. Welcome to the stream. The same way you skilled your character, except that I didn't use Distortion Wave. I'm actually thinking of using it a whole lot more, because, like, I mean, it needs so much investment, which I obviously don't particularly like. Also high energy cost, but if I actually had casting speed with the cooldown that it has, there's actually a lot of damage in this. So I'm almost like it's almost like a deranged version of the character that I could build while retaining physical damage, if I just have those. And with the 4-second cooldown that it has. By the way, I'm not quite so sure what the minus 3-second recharge on this even means. But yeah, like for cheesing bosses or whatnot, this would actually be pretty perfect. Also to start a fight, I guess. Because like if I just throw one of those in there and then go into the Shadow Strike, basically doesn't make much of a difference. But yeah, like I have 2 points now in this, so I put some leftover points into the pet because it causes confusion. I'm not quite so sure how this one works. Like I said, I've never used Dream beforehand, so I'm not quite so sure how the confusion actually works. Is that an AoE attack, or is that only on one single opponent? Because to me it actually from the description sounds like it's only on one single opponent, and that would not be worth it. So I did not skill it. the intricacies of like you know, with every mastery, there's the learning curve experience that you like. Obviously, I'm already able to understand most of what is said in it, but there's always the playing experience that is different from what you make up in your mind to how it will actually be when you're playing it, which is just like, yeah, you gotta try it out so that you get a feel for it and how you actually combine it with other stuff, first with other skills and then with other armor pieces what you need, depending on how it plays. And that is something you always need in ARPGs, just this experience of like you know, you are becoming a better player. In Path of Exile it's the same thing. I can definitely already understand a lot of it, what is happening, but there's a lot that I actually need to try out, just because playing it is a different experience of how it sounds. I'm also never much of a fan of descriptions of skills because it always misleads me. I also have this one, which doesn't do much yet, but the distortion field. Oh yeah, I was beforehand I was on. It's AoE, okay. If I do have the points, like that, for now I'm really struggling to get to the death ward. And I mean, I need those 60 extra health, I would say, from the level ups. So, but yeah, what gives me the most survivability? So obviously, death ward is the obvious choice for no death character that everyone wants. I'm also thinking about the Vision of Death, but I'm not quite sure. The Vision of Death seems to me too weak of an ability beforehand. I never could make much use of it. Now I'm thinking about it, but I'm not quite too sure what to make of it. So that one would also be one to try out. But the most obvious choice were the last 2 points here for the avoid projectiles. But the defensive ability, just so that I don't get randomly crit anymore, or not so much at least. That one would be another one, and then yeah, the distortion field. It's only up. I'm not quite sure, by the way, how it works with Circle of Death, Circle of Power, because the Circle of Power does have minus recharge. But then with the minus recharge, I'm not sure if the distortion field is actually affected by it, because minus 50% recharge would mean that there's a 15-second recharge and the duration is 15 seconds, so you could directly reapply it, possibly at least, which would be really nice. Oh yeah, the mages also don't start with a stun anymore, which is also, they have a leading attack, which is very nice because they were absolutely brutal beforehand. Okay, this is also pretty cool. They're almost out of rage. Like, I'm not quite sure how to interpret it, because as you can see, the attack actually looks like it is running out, but it is still hitting me. So I'm not quite too sure what to make of that. Actually, don't have to attack him through the shield, but whatever. I also always had the feeling that they nerfed the third Telkin, but I can't really say that I'm very sure of it. It just seemed to me that the third Telkin always was more of a problem for me beforehand than it is now. But yeah, the distortion wave, by the way, like, it literally has the flat flat reduction of. And hey, German. How are you doing, dude? Welcome back to the stream. How's it going, man? I'm playing well, hopefully no death character for as long as possible. I'm having to say, I'm getting to the point where this is much too squishy for how I like to play a no death character. I'm really annoyed by how it is going with it. To everyone, yeah. I'm doing fine again. Obviously, I took my long break from Twitch and from life in order to get my head right, and yeah, I'm doing a little bit better. But I gotta get back into the streaming business. That is just you know, gotta try to get back into how it used to be with streaming. Well, I mean, how it used to be with streaming, but you know, to feel as comfortable again with talking in front of people, because I mean, otherwise I'm just an introvert. So I'm always having a hard time when I'm starting again. And you know, like just some mindset things that I have to still think out of how I'm approaching this whole thing. But yeah, otherwise I'm doing fine. I know. I'm actually well, keeping a tight training regimen. No, I'm not really. I'm always keen on flexing for my viewers whenever I can, but I you know, this is literally something I always do. Like, you know what, here I'm gonna I'm the president of Canada, and I'm looking at my camera and I'm noticing there's literally nothing there. You literally can't see anything. Like, it's wow, in real life, I tell you, you should be here in real life. I'm inviting you to my bedroom. And then I'm looking at the camera. Shouldn't the camera actually add, you know, like the camera adds 20 pounds? Isn't that a thing? Well, I don't know. I'm actually looking as scrawny as ever. But yeah, thank you, dude. I hope you have been doing well as well. Well, there you go. Let's take some loot for yourself. Get a warm box. The problem with Distortion Wave for me is that you have to position yourself properly. For me, it's the casting speed and that the range is lower than I'm expecting. Like, the Distortion Wave is always I have to get closer than what I actually would like to. While Phantom Strike and Distort Reality work around you. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's also the reason why I've not actually built into it, but I'm actually thinking it would be viable to approach it in that way as well. I'm not even here. Wait, could I actually have cheesed him? I mean, it seems that I'm already cheesing him. He's not reacting. Oh yeah, I'm not actually taking that much damage. Very nice. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why he's hanging around here doing nothing. Well, that was a little bit more damage than I'm actually wanting to take, but overall 700. I'm used to this attack actually one-shotting me a lot of times. Like, I mean, obviously epic legendary, but... And now you do that. Come on, dude. I'm also, with the perspective, when he is actually dropping the boulders, I'm never too sure where to stand. Because the perspective forcing is so weird. I'm just never sure. Oh, he actually he actually woke up. Yeah, I'm not sure. Does it hit me? Does it not? Do I have to move even? Every time. But yeah, overall dodging nicely. That is also just something. Where did he spawn those? Did you see that? He actually... I thought they would spawn somewhere completely different. That is why I actually used my my distort reality. Huh. Also, amazing loot. I mean, I already found enough blues. Like, especially after the drought of my last two characters. I kind of... Yeah, okay. I found enough loot. One more of those. Actually, pierce resistance. You know what? I'm almost... Yeah, let's do that. We are almost capped out on lightning resistance with that. But just so that I have a little bit of pierce resistance, you know. Like, this one is one to sacrifice, if nothing else, so... I can take this out if I need to. And I'm very much expecting that I that I like to use that. Did you with your character then go into armor, or did he go into stats? Because like I said, I'm taking too much damage for my liking here, but I mean I have dodge attacks 9%, I have 9% physical resistance. Do I actually have to go into armor to take less damage? Is it really this important? I hate it. I don't want to take all of the armor. And also, what is your end equipment for Diviner? Because we are gonna diverge there pretty sharply. When you cheese the crap out of the mechanics, yeah. Wait. Okay. What about Dead by Daylight? It's all egotistical assholes. And that's how we are all gonna die. Yes, it's a good representation of how the world is going to end. Why are you playing multiplayer games? There's such great single player experiences that you could have, where you can only blame the game. And with my maximum loneliness that I'm... But before I'm actually gonna go and play multiplayer, I would rather be lonely. Yeah, exactly, German. Exactly how German said. Full mage. Okay. Do I want to play my Diviner as a mage? No. Like I said, that is where I think... Also, what is this recording? My god. I mean, I appreciated it was a good night, it looks like, but as a recording it's pretty shit. Yeah, like I said, where our end gear is gonna diverge greatly is gonna be because I'm planning to actually play this as a close range character, right? So yeah, that is... I mean, it's also my biggest problem right now. I could imagine if I wanted to actually stay deathless, I would usually go into playing it as a mage as well, or as a ranged character overall.
Something else?
But with the way I already made the character up, obviously I'm then saying, no, I've had a plan for this character before I decided to play it deathless, so I'm gonna stick to my plan. Which, by the way, is why we are... not just why we are struggling to stay alive, but also especially why I'm struggling with my attribute points. Because we are getting a lot of intelligence out of those masteries, even if I'm not building them fully up. But there's a lot of intelligence, and there's only 100 dexterity, 100 strength that I'm getting from the masteries. With the gear that I want to actually sport in the end game, we are literally getting the most intelligence from our masteries, but what I need is strength and dexterity and 500 of each. So I'm struggling to get then 400 points of strength and dexterity. With the gear I'm equipping, I'm getting some 35 strength from the greaves that I'm gonna wear, and 15% strength from the artifact. So we are gonna sit at around, well, if I'm gonna invest, I need to invest points anyways, but if I'm gonna say I'm sitting then at around 200 and then the 230, and then how much is 15% of that? Some extra 30%. So we are gonna sit at 260 from that. Yeah, I'm struggling a lot with it. There's just not much that I can invest in health. And I would obviously like to get to 3000 health, so already, especially before epic. So right now 24 points. Obviously we have one modifier here, right? Huh, I don't even have a modifier for it anymore, so okay, that is, at least that is fine when we don't have a modifier for it. So it is very raw. Obviously the health later on I would get from the equipment. So I don't particularly have to put points in health, because the equipment I've looked out that I would want to wear, I mean, it's still solo self-found, I can't just put it on even if I already have the gear, so I would either have to find it or after we are dying, I don't really care about it anymore. Which is in part why I'm playing it, right? But yeah, like at least 700 points that I need for strength and dexterity out of the ones I'm gonna get, and from what I've seen, I have less than 10 points over for health. So obviously, I mean, if I'm going down to 14 points, if I spend those now, 2700 is already better than what I have. Those extra 400 health would be very much needed, but I'm just too insecure to get them right now. I maxed resistances, mostly just defensive gear. Yeah. Like I said, it's pretty hard to actually max out resistances with this, because there's nothing that gives resistance. I'm not quite sure how the Soul Vortex works, because it says 100 life leech, 100 energy leech. I'm not quite sure how this goes. But the only resistance that you're gonna get is slow resistance, and I mean, okay. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how we are gonna struggle, how much we are gonna struggle for resistances. Obviously, you're instantly gonna leech from me here. Goddamn assholes. Like I said, I actually would love to know how to incorporate leech. Also, they are hitting for surprisingly little. I don't have to do anything with them. Very interesting. I guess Mount Russo was already... No, obviously when there's many enemies around, that is gonna be a problem of mine. The other one is the Minotaurs. And if I somehow can't get away from the Cyclopses. I'm not so much worried about Typhon, which is a very weird thing to say, because obviously Typhon is supposed to be the big baddie. But I'm not quite too sure how much I should really worry about Typhon. but just from how I normally approach him, not very much. I would have hoped that they are actually taking more elemental burn damage. Scale, strength and dexterity equally. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna do the same thing. But obviously, naturally, with spending points on a mastery, it's gonna be intelligence based. So everything that I don't use. I never do that. Okay. What are you playing right now, Aimless? Oh, I should have healed beforehand. Like I said, I'm very worried about those guys. Like out of the Olympus here, I'm most worried about them. And like I said, casting speed to actually save me from this. That they actually can attack me freely. Or get a stun off on me before I can actually do anything. In the Shadow Strike I also would have to spend points just so that we can actually... Like, most of the times there's actually 4 or 5 monsters that I would like to stun, and right now we have a limit of 3. Okay. Let our nice little burn come in. As you can see, I'm just taking too much damage for comfort. Like 150 per hit. That's not really what I want to go for. Shrine of Thorns, Death Chill, Trance of Wrath, Typhon kills himself and Legendary in 2 hits. In 2 hits? Really? That seems a little bit quick. They're such assholes. See, at least they are losing focus. But yeah, they are. They are goddamn assholes. They're distort. Like, I already have some disruption resistance, but there's still so much. And yeah, like I said, a tactical Shadow Strike. So that they lose focus. My god. Why are you hitting so hard? Stop that. Okay. Maybe if one of them had a good mace, something like that, I would really love it. For some reason though, there's nothing that I can see with my Trance of Wrath anymore. I don't know why there's a visual bug there now. Hello, can I please move? That is, by the way, what is really gonna kill me. I'm just gonna call it beforehand now, before I'm gonna be called out when I actually die. But that is the one thing that I'm most worried about. Like... that I just can't move for no reason whatsoever, like in this case. I'm just stuck. Who knows why? Because this game is prone to it. So many goddamn bugs. And the second thing is Act 5. That I'm just gonna get trapped with the plants in Act 5 or something like that. Just because they like to do that. And I have no idea how they work. Just because I'm not that versed in Act 5. I'm also thinking you have probably done your Diviner run, your Deathless one, with only 4 acts. And now that I have to do 5 acts, the 5th act is actually the hardest one to go Deathless with, because it is also the most unbalanced. Like basically it's from balanced to unbalanced in this game. Like everything that is added on is just less and less balanced. That's painful, dude. I'm actually adding a tick to mine. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, we don't... since I now have 45% resistance to fire, I'm not really caring about his fire breath so much anymore. I'm obviously worried about the. I'm obviously worried about the meteors because yeah, they are strong. And apparently getting hit because I'm getting hit for 600. Also interesting. But yeah, other than that, it's literally his life leech. His life leech that I'm worried about, but apparently I don't necessarily have to be. It is also 700 damage overall, but if I can help it, then I would like not to. Yeah, he hits me for 400 with one damn hit. So yeah, usually I don't want to have a potion ticking before I'm not inflicted with some of his ailment. So usually I reserve to take my, which is basically all you need to do with Typhon to not have a problem with him. Like I said, when he is actually hitting you for, like, especially then when it's a real issue. That was a really tight dodge. I'm very proud of myself. When he's hitting you for so much. By the way, he is reflecting my own skill disruption from the Trance of Wrath. There's a 1 second skill disruption on it. With his thorns, he's actually reflecting the skill disruption on me and reapplies it on me. That's very stupid. But yeah, like it's literally just the secret to Typhon, to not have him be a problem anymore. You basically just have a potion left for when he does his breath, like his life leech, or when you're gonna be hit by his Demeter shot, the green one that I just called Demeter shot, or his fire breath. Oh no, I actually... Oh. I thought I could inflict 10,000 electrical burn damage on him. God damn it. Very sad. I dropped the ball there because I did not want... I talked about the skill disruption. And then I stood out of range. God damn it. We were already at almost 8,000, so we would have actually done it. Also, I saw Kerplunk actually playing around with Typhon. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt that he played around with it, but it was gruesome to watch. He actually had a fight with him much longer than mine here. Mine is already well, you know, I'm not having much damage here, but he had a fight over 60 health pots or so. Did inflict nothing on Typhon, and at least we get. Oh yeah, okay. We get 2 items. Good enough. I'm actually happy about that.
Thankful for your aid in stopping Typhon. No one would have ever thought that a human could defeat a Titan.
He did so little damage to him. And then he waited, what is it, 300 or 360 seconds without recharge to get the Colossus form from the Defense Mastery. And he actually used over 3 Colossus forms on his way to the 4th to fight Typhon. When you're doing that little damage, dodge the life leech. I don't care how long you have to wait until you run around and then only do 2 attacks and then wait for the next one. But if you're doing that little damage, dodge his life leech. Like, as you could see, he is already normal healing 500 attack. When you're doing that little damage, you need to dodge his life leech, otherwise it's just gonna be a forever journey. So yeah. For one, it helps you. It makes the fight a lot easier. Even I just only reserve my potions basically for the life leech breath and maybe a fire breath. But if you can dodge it, and when you have that little damage, you need to dodge it, otherwise you're just gonna fight forever. And the longer a fight goes, the higher your likelihood of dying is. To Typhon, you can always die. Normally, I would say you should not. The better you know the game, the easier he gets, and he's really one. He's not like a Cerberus fight, where sometimes you're just dying to Cerberus and you have no idea what you really died to. Because yes, you did have only 60% poison resistance, but then he somehow crit you and slowed you, and then he got the second attack in, which he normally doesn't have, but doesn't get, but then, you know, because of the slow, he actually get a second bite, and then he crit with both, and he crit also with the extra slow attack first. And, you know, like, sometimes you die and you're just like, how should I expect that? With Typhon, there's no such thing. Like, Typhon is very, very calculated. You should normally not have a problem not dying to him, but obviously it is possible. And for that to make the fight easier, dodge his life leech. This one is actually... Well, the one armor piece that I don't have any health on... Okay, well, this one. But, yeah, would be needed. But obviously, I do want my movement speed as well. So I'm not quite sure about this one. Could be. Could be that I actually want this. Let's see. You know what? Now we are gonna go back to Chang'an, and now I'm gonna get something for it. I'm expecting that. What did we get here? 21% armor protection. I don't even get all of that intelligence together. I highly doubt it. 10% chance for 5 seconds of confusion. But like I said, yeah, it has armor protection. Nice enough. This one has poison resistance. That's actually... I mean, with this one I have slowed movement retaliation, which is pretty nice. But I'm actually thinking that just the poison resistance by itself, it's actually very important for me to get. Yeah, I'm thinking for now I'm actually gonna wear this. Just because there's nothing else that particularly jumps my eye with it.
First chest is free.
Like I said, there would be other things to wear, but yeah, I have to find them first, so... yeah, good enough. Did my chat disconnect again? Please tell me my chat did not... Okay, good. Phew. I just can't trust it, it's so bad. Let's see. One moment. You know, I know we have had not the best weather over the last 2 weeks. Very dim. Never really sunny. Actually, quite a bit of rain finally. So it's colder now, and yeah, it's like early summer. But I don't know why it is smelling like snow outside. This is another one that gets stuck in my head. I mean, we get more poison resistance, I guess. What did I, with this one, cold resistance, okay. I'm still gonna buy it. I'm still just gonna buy it. You know what? This is the perfect one for Cerberus. When I've already talked about it, poison resistance, less damage from beast, Cerberus is a beast, and projectiles, which his breath is projectiles, right? This one also, I mean, yeah, poison resistance, and then the rest of the stun resistance. Sleep resistance is also for the last act now, would be pretty nice. Slow resistance, obviously. If this had movement speed, yeah, sure, instantly would go for it. This one I'm also thinking about them, but nah. Like I said, basic attacks. I'm wondering what I can do with that. See, if this one, for example, if the Sense of Sleep, I don't know how that one works, but it is literally only one enemy, right? And it doesn't work on bosses. At least I'm taking that kind of out of it. If that was AoE, then I would instantly be all over that. Because like I said, right now, our Trance of Wrath is doing a lot of work. So we are going in with the Phantom Strike. Then we are gonna get the others close, get our Distort Reality, get some hits off. And then I'm just missing a stun in between so that I'm not taking as much damage. And that for the Sand of Sleep would be perfect, just so that our Trance of Wrath can finish them off. Especially Trance of Wrath, reduced all resistances, would then also be sleep resistance. So I could actually inflict more there. But obviously not. Obviously not a thing that is possible right now. The one thing that I will say, right now we can actually get, if we are finding the right relics, we can actually get the Hector's relic, which would be pretty worth it. Nope, not. Okay, so those guys. I am very happy that, yeah, okay, so they are doing 250 damage. Holy shit. And yeah, they are fast enough to get 2 hits off on me when I'm actually attacking them still. Oh god. But yeah, this one I've already only just taken, well, percent strength, physical damage. We can now get quite a better shield if I'm finding one, I hope. Especially like 10% extra health would be really nice to get. And yeah, then with the Hector's relic we could actually get... Oh yeah, by the way, they do a lot of piercing damage. I would like a piercing bleed, which both of those I don't really have. Actually, I wanted to look that up still. Why do I not have any... Why do I not have any bleeding damage? Because we should... Those are gonna kill me, I can already feel it. 250 damage. My god. Yeah, here we have armor and bleeding resistance. If I get another bleeding resistance modifier, I would actually put it on. Because like I said, we just need a little bit of resistance on anything, on everything, that just to get to the point that I'm... when I'm getting hit with something that I don't expect, that it's not instantly like a life or death situation, right? Atlantis in the beginning of Act 4, just to gear up. Is Atlantis actually... I've not played Atlantis, so I'm not quite sure. What can you find in Atlantis that is actually worth it? Is it because of the modifiers that you can find better gear? like I said, right now at least I know what I have to expect from Act 4, so I'm actually gonna go this way, but I've literally not played Atlantis. I've only went into Tartarus. So I'm not quite sure. It's like even worse than Act 5 if I went to Atlantis, but or when I go to Atlantis, than to Act 5 where I already don't know what to expect from the monsters. But yeah, what would be special to get in Atlantis for gearing up? Ah, this one. I could use some good gears, guys. They sometimes have some oddly good gear, but I'm guessing not now. What I'm doing here is just cleaning out a little bit. Because I do want to do the quest. But I'm very afraid of it. We're gonna get a level up at least in between here, so it's gonna be good enough. Actually, that I'm level 30 when I'm in Act 4 is a little bit frightening, because I don't know why. We should normally be at level 32 when we go up here, and like I said, I did not actually skip anything much, so I'm kind of confused as to why I'm this low level. Tinkerer's items, yeah, it's what I expected, right? So it's as a yeah, it's what I expected because of the modifiers. I mean, yeah, sure, that actually is right about that. Yeah. Actually, I should wait. I should wait until I get my... He can't wait, but yeah. Now I have my spells back at least. And yeah, they're only attacking me in part, so good enough. Hey, I got my level up. Very nice. Actually, they are worrying more about me until I go into the Shadow Strike. That was actually pretty easy. This quest, there's like some builds when you're not good against the undead, obviously. But yeah, some builds where it's just why. Also, pretty nice that we are just going to the night cycle, and now... Dude, there we go. We're just going to the night cycle now. In the game as well. That is how the games are actually portraying real life. That he is now getting the fire on. Formula, also, I need to put on a formula. I would really like a formula that gets me armor. Okay, 15% attack damage is also nice, I guess. I mean, this one I can at least make, right? So, Scroll of Arcane Power. It's 30 health. It's some damage, I guess. Does this damage go to spells? I mean, this is horrible, but yeah. I mean, at least it would be something. I mean, I don't... Ugh. Can't you give me something normal? I'm trying to do something here, game. The damage just goes to the weapon. Ugh. I would have hoped that the formula, because like I mean, if the formula gives you armor, it gives you armor on every piece, right? Where you're gonna get hit. So I would have hoped that with damage it actually works the same. Yeah, I mean, at least there, but 10 damage on the Phantom Strike is... And also I'm getting a shit ton of spiky shells. But wanna bet that I'm not getting any relics. I definitely want to do the Overlords right now. Just for the 0 death challenge to be over. Yeah, like I said, I'm not quite sure if I should actually take this. From 30 to 80. So we would get 50-50 in this. That would actually be worth it, right? Just so that I don't get crit anymore. And I'm critting. At least I'm critting also for 250. When they are hitting me for 250, at least I get to do the same. Yeah, but like this is such a damage up from like it's basically again the same from Act 3 when you're just getting to Act 3. From Act 2 that is such a difference in terms of damage that the opponents are afflicting. Or that the enemies are afflicting. And it is no different here, but I feel like this is even crasser than it was in Act 3, usually. But I'm like I said, I already with Wuzo and basically everything after Chang'an when you're basically returning to Chang'an. I basically then began to run behind the curve, I would say. He is not affected again by the Petrify or the Stun. Which I hate in this game, by the way. That is one of those things where I really have to say, God damn it, Titan Quest. I mean, like literally Path of Exile did the same thing beforehand and now does it a little bit better. But that to boss opponents or to quest monsters like that, you can't afflict any ailments to them. Which renders basically everything of how you normally play the game useless just because they wanted to actually have the game mechanics with the bosses pressed in your face. Because obviously then you could cheese those boss monsters, but that's exactly what I want, right? As a player, I exactly want to cheese bosses as well if I'm having a build where it should work. I'm not so much as a player focused on those. Also, that is another thing which I just don't get. Here. No matter how I do this, for some reason Act 4 charms are somewhere else than the other Act charms. Why? They have not fixed this ever since they introduced this tool. And I mean, I'm not the only one that is annoyed by this, right? I can't be the only one that is actually like, come on, what is this shit? Oh, by the way, have you actually tried a Dream Mastery build with 2 Marks of Ares? 2 Marks of Ares and the Rage of Ares. Especially with dual wield then. Like you want a dual wield with 2 Rages of Ares equipped and then 2 Marks of Ares. I guess with a Dreamer that would actually probably have some good hits in there. I can see that. Oh, just break. would be my idea of how I would abuse the Dream Mastery. He's hitting so hard and he's still critting me. At least he only crit me for 123%. Which is like when it's not all about with the defensive mastery to avoid getting crit, but sometimes also that you want less crit damage. Less crit damage taken when you're getting crit.
My sergeant sent me back to get the
Hello there. Why is there only one monster attacking? Don't steal my XP, guys. God damn it. Thank you very much. Okay. We're gonna get at least some stat upgrades pretty soon with those quests, so... Although the Night Bloom, that is gonna be one that I'm really afraid of, because obviously I'm close ranged, so everyone that is close ranged should be pretty afraid of that quest. Blade of Thanatos with the total damage, total damage seems to correlate relatively well with or correspond with the Dream Mastery pretty well. Please take this one relatively easily. This, by the way, I never liked this area too much, but I do have to say it is kind of clever with how the monsters are actually hiding behind the trees. Like, obviously it is highly annoying that they're doing that, but I kind of like it because obviously they are taking a lot of damage, but they're also pretty assassin-y, I would say, for enemies. So that they are actually using the map in that way. I actually do have to say, yeah, that's pretty nice. And yeah, you can see the damage numbers. It's just absurd how much I'm actually taking. I would have really liked to actually see how a fire breath from them would work. Just with how much damage they would apply. Yeah, I know what you mean. You don't like the chance-based ones, but like I said, with the double 10%, it's every 5th hit. And you are definitely gonna hit twice before the monsters can do something, because like that's basically what I'm playing here right now already. But also then with the extra weapon attack damage, like I said, with dual wield, it should apply quite a good amount of damage. 20% of the hits, if you get a double hit with the dual wield. I could imagine it to be relatively consistent at that point. Maybe I just want to play the Mark of Ares or the Ares Rage sometimes. Because like I hate the modifier as well, so I usually don't do it. But, well, I was staying away from the Dream Mastery. So now I'm kind of like, now that I do play the Dream Mastery, that opens maybe some stuff here for me. Also, can I please keep the Shrine of Mastery? I would really like to. Like, if the game would have actually given me the chance yet to upgrade... oh, come on. It afflicted the Shadow Strike on everyone, but the one that I actually wanted to stun. If the game would have given me the chance to get plus on the Dream Mastery, I would have long gotten it. But it's pretty interesting that you have already done a zero death run, because my highest zero death went till Act 3 of Epic, and I never really cared about it because it's just not my playstyle usually. So obviously I always said, like, yeah, I can do it if I really try. And I mean, right now it's also kind of a question, am I really trying? God damn it. Am I really so much trying here? But like I said, I'm missing the farming. I'm basically 2 levels behind of what I want to be. And that's why we have the stun resistance. And yeah, with the farming also, I'm missing some items, I'm missing some relics. I don't have an artifact on me. Like, I literally have found not a single artifact that I like to put on. This one, fully offensive. Thanks, no. I mean, I like vitality damage, yeah, and lightning damage is great to have, but like the electrical burn, I normally would use it, but not for a survival thing. This one, nothing. This one does have at least life leech, so at least I would get that in, like the converter. Okay, I need the essence of Anubis Wrath, so that would be the one thing where I actually would say, okay, maybe that is doing something. Like I said, physical damage I need, and the life leech, and the attack damage converted to health. At least that is semi-pseudo survival thing. This one, casting speed and armor, would be relatively nice, but yeah, I mean, sure I can, but I mean, at least the boarhide is relatively easy to farm. I just need one more of those, so that should not be a problem. Like I said, with this one, the armor is kind of interesting. Casting speed just makes it smoother to do. Skill disruption, I don't really need that so much. But yeah, like I said, and now what I've gotten from the other one, from the quest, is attack speed. Like, come on, game. Could be a little nicer. I mean, at least I really don't much need to farm this, because it really seems pointless for me to farm anything of this. But yeah. Breaking wheel, right? Breaking wheel and then a boarhide. I don't really want to give this, because obviously I do have the 95 health on it. This one also, why is it strength? If this was more like, give me another modifier on it. This one I'm kind of thinking about, just because, like I said, bleeding resistance on it. This one with the 10% health is probably the best one that I should put on. Also has the cold resistance, so, you know, at least I would get somewhere with it. I'm kind of thinking on that. Not really. I should probably put this on that. Because with this one I'm not quite so sure how quickly I'm actually taking that out, and then if I'm not swapping back or whatnot. With this one, if I'm taking this one out, then I would most likely just just get rid of it if I find something better.
Hera smile on you.
So 2600 health now. I think that is good enough. Obviously my 10% resistance. And yeah, nothing else that I have really... like with this one I have poison resistance, but with the other one I have lightning resistance, so it's really whatever. I guess I would go back for the Boarhide. I don't know, the Boarhide, you know, bleeding resistance, why does the Touch of the Fool not give bleeding resistance? No idea.
Your goods are safe with me. When light channel forces within us obey.
Also, like I said, I don't particularly like what I'm doing here right now because I put on 3 items here, obviously. And some that don't have a direct equivalent where I could be directly better to it. So I'm a little bit worried because obviously now I should be relatively safe again for a moment. But only because I've put so much on. There's not so much that I can do to actually make it better. So if I start struggling, there's not much of a room that I have to improve. I mean, Sprig is interesting, I guess. Activated on low health. I mean, this is interesting. Has 71 to 91. Has health by itself. Obviously I could equip something on it. Well, not something particularly good, but that is kind of an interesting find. Some offensive ability, sure. It does not appear to have a modifier on it, right? Like, this is literally just base stats. Did they forget it in this break? Because there's items that they totally forgot to put something on. Like, Sprig only can have its own modifiers and nothing else. No suffix. But yeah, the regrowth is kind of interesting, right? I should probably equip this just for the memes. Just yeah, I guess that would be worth it. Kind of an interesting find. Why are you putting points into 2 trances? Are you switching between? Yeah, no, like it's just 1 point, right? So that is when I actually swapped from this one to this one. I'm thinking because it does have the damage reflected if I'm struggling with a monster. But yeah, I'm guessing that it will not happen anymore. But because I never used the Trance of Wrath, I didn't know how to rely on that for boss fights. And if there was boss fights that I had a problem with, that they're actually inflicting more damage than I do to them. Like, you could see how little I'm actually doing to Typhon. So with the Trance of Empathy, if I do have problems with my damage, that I'm actually, you know, doing more to kill the monster by actually reflecting damage than anything else, but yeah. Not particularly needed either. I guess for the moment I could take those 2 points out and actually put them in the mastery and get 40 more health. What did I want to do? I wanted to do something. I'm not quite sure what it was there. I need a good green shield. That is number 1. Also, I need more inventory space. Very sad. No, but I'm not even gonna use my I'm not even gonna use the TQ Vault. Like, solo self-found should also then struggle with the prohibitions of you know, struggling with inventory space. Get the full experience. Very sad that I'm not one-shotting them with the mastery, with the trends anymore. How's it going, dude? Yes, yes they did. Thank you very much for it. Yeah. Another great item gotten. What am I most afraid of right now? Probably... I mean, the Lamias will hit hard. No, but still, I'm the most afraid of like a Shadowcaster or the Shadow Lords. That I'm running into one of them and they are stunning me. Or, you know, putting me to sleep. And then I'm just gonna get wrecked. Like, I do have all of my stun resistance, but... I'm not quite sure how much I want to trust it. Like I said, there's sleep resistance, there's also... Do they do Petrify? I think they are doing Petrify as well, right? Like, I mean, the Shadow Lords basically only do a visual... it's only a visual fucking hell, I don't get the word out. Difference from your distort reality. Like, otherwise it's the same spell, and since you have Petrify on it, on top of the stun, it should work kind of the same, but obviously, like, only the casters actually inflict sleep on you, I would think. Can't you give me a vinyl growth at least? And yeah, like I said, the second biggest one. I mean, the frogs, yeah, sure. Also, there's actually no sexualized character. I never thought about it, but there's no sexualized characters in the base game. Like, obviously, there's this love interest one. The Faya, or what she is. But otherwise, there's no sexualized characters in this game. Nude statues, right? And then they basically, hey, we are struggling with our sales. We gotta put something on the back of the disc, right? On the pictures when you're buying the disc. So I guess like that's basically Medea. Here's some tits. Like, I mean, she is actually a fleshed out character. Like, she does have a backstory. She does have a motivation. So she's actually working as a character, but she's the only really sexualized one in the game. At least, I mean, I don't have... I have not seen Atlantis, obviously, so it could be that in Atlantis there's just tits galore. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Darth, that there's tits galore in Atlantis? I would have instantly went. See, we actually got a better one than I have. Well, 1% less strength, but... oh, I can't... shit. That 1% health is probably gonna be enough so that I can't equip the shield. But it has 9% more chance to block and 4 better block. Huh, there we go. Okay, so, okay. That 1% is only doing... Okay, good. That 1% is only doing 2. So yeah, they can only do full numbers, right? So I'm having over 250, but 1% strength is still only doing 2 because it's literally only 200, 300, 400 instead of 250, then 2.5 from 1%, so it would actually round up to 3. No, it is only 200, 300. So that is why I'm only getting, well, 2 less strength or 2 more strength with that. Bamboozlement. I mean, it's literally not much, but yeah. Good enough, I guess. Yeah, let's put that on. I mean, that's what I have the money for, right? Tits are the main boss of Atlantis? Okay. Yeah, say no more, fam. I'm gonna go there to pussy slay. I'm gonna fuck the shit out of that end boss. Why has nobody told me that Atlantis is the greatest expansion that they have planned? I'm actually really split on the devs team's updates and you know, like what they are doing, because I'm completely understanding, hey, there's also more money to be gotten, and apparently there's people interested in getting the game for Switch and whatnot. Like most of the Reddit posts that I see is from people that get it on another platform, and you know, not with mouse and keyboard, which freaks me out. Why would you play a game like this not with mouse and keyboard? I can't even imagine. But okay, I think this is a little bit better, right? I'm only hit for 40 now. Let's see with this. A 212 hit that I'm okay. Forget it. It's not better. My God. But I'm not quite so sure. Like normally, I would say yes. Do work on that, and I mean, I don't know anything about coding really, so how much can I really say about it? But I would not even know where to start in porting this to the, like, you know, like there's just so much work that needs to be done with porting this game to other platforms. Like there's whole new codes that need to be written, and yeah, that's respectable, and I do get the motivation for it. But I would also like it if they actually then, you know, how much are you gonna sell? How much are you gonna sell on other platforms if the base game itself is staying lackluster? Because I mean, I love the game, but I also mainly love it for, you know, this is nostalgia, this you know, feels comfortable for me. Because I've had this relationship with the game already, and well, yes, I do like it. There's a lot to like in the game, but if I was new to it, I would see even more problems with this game, because there is so much competition that it has right now to other games that actually arguably are much better games, like Grim Dawn, as less that I like it as a game. I do have to say, well, Grim Dawn is technically better than Titan Quest. I like Titan Quest most for the atmosphere, and that Grim Dawn will not have. But I also like, there are so many issues with Titan Quest, and so many known issues, so many that I just can't overlook as like, why are you not fixing that? Why is that taking so long? how are you keeping in touch with your community? Like, what are you actually doing for it? Like, how are you listening to us? And you know, like this substance of people that are actually, hey, the game is known and we are actually making it known, because yes, your marketing is nice, but if there's no one actually talking about it and saying, hey, you should actually check this game out and whatnot, and you know, the community is keeping a game alive. And well, the community is not gonna be kept alive if you're not making the game better, if you're not having any progress in it, and you know, bug fixing. Just make us feel heard, make us feel seen, that it actually matters. Yeah, you know, like when you're already working on the game, you could also throw us a bone every now and then and actually fix known bugs and issues, like that with the sorting thing of like, hey, can you fix your sorting that Act 4 charms are actually showing up in the charm list when you are auto sorting, instead of just being, you know, like wherever they were before, and because it was not a well done mechanic. Like I appreciate that they put the mechanic in there, but then gradually work on actually making it fully functional. And you know, they just don't have the money for it apparently. But it feels really sad and bad that apparently, yeah, get the game on as many platforms as possible and then shit out Titan Quest 2. Like, you know, if you actually then worked on Titan Quest and, you know, put in new things, like actually test out, okay, here's new items, and like it's literally just every half a year they're just like, oh, I've had a great idea for an item that would actually be super interesting. Let's just put in 2 new items in the game every half year. It sounds really stupid, like it's not how development works, but you know, just something like that, something that actually keeps the old players engaged in the game to actually try something new and, you know, to come back to and to actually create a better experience. If you are already working and you're knowing, oh my god, I've actually not, Elatus, Lord of the Greenwood, I've not had this one. I'm not quite sure if I should even face this one. I'm not feeling comfortable with you, dude. Okay, he can be stopped. Good. I'm afraid of him. I've not seen this one in a long time, so I don't know how he's actually versing with this build, because I think I've only fought him once because he's so rare. There's not many that you can find of them, so I'm really unsure about this one. Okay, see, at least this one I can stop and then I can cheese him, which is what I want for bosses. And then the bosses all have 300% resistances on everything. And, you know, they render every mechanic that you would have basically useless for where you actually need it on the bosses. And it just feels bad to play. And Path of Exile, for example, has realized, hey, we are gonna listen to our community because our community made that. I mean, you can't compare Titan Quest to Path of Exile, obviously, but
You have it.
Your inventory is full.
it feels so much better now. You can actually freeze a boss. Why do I have a whole mastery with fear and life leech and whatnot, if the bosses then end up having a 300% resistance against it? What's the point? Like, I'm not building anything. I'm not building anything specifically for farming, right? So, like, not in this game at least. Elemental resistance and health. I'm gonna buy that one. As you could see, I was already keeping just for the elemental resistance, and that is exactly what I wanted. 200 health, and I mean it only has 8 elemental resistance, but yeah, I can put something on here as well. So for example, we could put on another one of those if I would farm up on it, because then we would have the full stun resistance and at least 50% vitality resistance, and maybe something that we're gonna find on top of it. So that one is actually pretty neat. It looks like I'm doing much less damage with it, but quite frankly, like I said, I've only gotten this because of the poison resistance. Oh yeah, and my 5 poison resistance that I have from the quest. The priorities of the devs are kind of wrong. I guess they can't decide because the publisher tells them what to do. Yeah. I wonder if the publisher would be so... Like, I mean, their publisher right now is THQ Nordic, right? THQ Nordic does not strike me as... Like, right now, it's probably my favorite publisher out of all of them. Like, they are literally doing godsend work. And they seem to have a great love for the IPs that they are buying. So... And my chat is disconnecting again. I don't think they would be that much adverse to actually keeping the game alive. Because, like I said, right now they are keeping it alive by going to other platforms and bringing in new players. But, you know, when you're not making the base game better or working on it, and especially because there is talks about Titan Quest 2, and with the first Titan Quest now, you would have already the perfect platform to actually try out some things sometimes. And you know, like when you're already actively in the development of Titan Quest, you could change stuff about the source code, especially to engage new players, that they know, hey, yeah, this is more than just a port. The game is actually still worked on. And yeah, like I said, THQ Nordic does not strike me as a publisher that would actually say no if the devs would approach them with an idea like that. Like, hey, we could actually get a lot of positive feedback on. Well, I mean, maybe that is just not what the devs are doing. Maybe they don't believe that there's any positive feedback that they would get from changing the game. Maybe they are afraid of any kind of backlash from it. Or I'm not quite sure. I'm just saying I don't understand it. There would be so much that could be done with this game still. I mean, so many bug fixes that could still be done, but also so much that could be done in terms of actually still evolving the game that it is right now lacking compared to other games, which are very useful mechanics or just in general life improvements, quality of life improvements to ARPGs that, well, this one missed out on so far. I'm not quite sure what my chat is doing right now, so yeah, it's no, it's there. Okay, it's not that. By the way, Darth, I know you're mostly here for Titan Quest, but thank you very much for sticking around, because, you know, if I was completely alone, it would be like, I mean, I'm okay with it by now. I struggled more with it a few months ago when I had to stream for myself, but, you know, it's like every stream is better when there's people around, and, you know, I very much appreciate you keeping me company here. As I usually would do with anyone, but everyone is busy simping in girls' channels. I just heard about that yesterday from actually from German YouTube Valulis. They made a video that, like, otherwise I would not have even noticed because I'm not in those drama channels, but apparently Twitch has banned the use of the word simp. I mean, good on them, I guess. Here, Emperor Serenity, definitely what I need. Wow, wow. So I have to be very careful with what I'm saying now in the stream. This is the danger zone. But yeah, but like my title is actually kind of playing to that. Twitch is out patrolling. See, and that is the good thing of not having viewers then, because you're completely out of like Twitch just does not care about those small channels. So yeah, I don't have anything to be afraid of. Nobody is listening to my stuff. That's definitely a plus. Yeah, see, with the undead, I'm actually like, you're a real undead slayer, right? But I've done nothing to actually get better with slaying the undead, and I'm already not having a problem because they're taking so much electrical burn damage with the Trance of Wrath that I'm not particularly caring about it. What? Oh my god, I cancelled my Shadow Strike because he was standing so weirdly behind the Sepulcher. God damn it, chat. Why are you doing this? I really need to make a donation goal for a second monitor. Yeah. God fucking damn it. I'm sorry. The problem is that rings are a good source for resistances and that ring doesn't have any. Yeah. I just saw the thing about the rings. I'm very much thinking the same thing. For right now, I like the health best. And like I said, this one I'm definitely gonna I'm definitely gonna give for something else. But yeah, like at least 40% for now. It's kind of what I need. So the 6 flat resistance reduction is also not. It's nice to have. It's always nice to have a resistance reduction, but it's very whatever. Also, with this one, I'm not quite so sure what to think of this. This always seems like there's a special interaction that should be possible here, but does not seem that way. Like, this looks so weird. This looks like the most uncomfortable chair that I could think of. And yeah, I guess this is the only hint that you have that there's a special interaction with this fountain here. That you can actually click it. Like, it doesn't say anything, which I really would think, yeah, this is just something you have to kind of look up. Now that you can see this spell piece, it's obvious that there's something here, but you know, that you interact with the fountain and how you interact with it. I would like it if they actually then told you, like, something off about the fountain, or you see weird images in the fountain, and then, you know, have it like, hey, yeah, maybe I can use the eye of the 3 on them, on this, to interpret the images or whatever. You know, something that makes a logical string. I'm killer versus my friends. Gonna fuck them up. Play nice, Pyro. Nah, just kidding. Fuck them up. Make them hate the game. Teabag them if they are losing. Oh, that was about the Mark of Ares. Okay. Yeah. No, I definitely see that. With this build, I'm gonna go for, well, I mean, obviously if I find it, but otherwise, also in the optimal build that, well, optimal, but in the one I'm going for, with this one I would go for the Myrmidons. Otherwise, obviously there's another candidate, which is the Bandit King's Treasure, right? So, and yeah, this is why I have some poison resistance now. Why I specifically kept the Venom Heart, because those guys with their poison, they can be real nasty if you have too little. Because this is the first real poison check. Otherwise, in the whole base game, there was not really a poison check. And then this one can really fuck you up if you're not having an eye on it. But yeah, the Bandit's King Treasure, which actually does have resistances. Not many, and the amulets. The amulets, for some reason, I always think of as the strongest item in the game. Like the strongest... Oh yeah, and I'm gonna fuck myself up on this. It's just... yeah, okay. Okay, I see how it is. We did not apply it. Come on. Get fucked. Okay, it does not see me. There we go. You know, close ranged fighting, this is really damn annoying. Here, I'm gonna apply. I'm gonna apply my trance. It works a little bit better. I very much expected myself to get one shot on this. Jump scare build. Look at Pyro having friends to play with. Wasn't there a hint about the fountain and the scrolls at the start of the hidden quest? That was a highly cryptic one. Like, even with me knowing about it, I would not actually put 2 and the square root of 98 together. Okay, 2. Thank you very much. Actually, kind of nice. I mean, I said, like, I don't particularly think the Anuruns are a huge issue with this build, but obviously they do quite a lot of damage as well, and with the stuns, like obviously with the Bullfrogs, they also nerfed the stuns a little bit, but no. Normally I would say with other builds I would be wary of those. So it's just more of a, well, with this one I'm feeling comfortable in this regard. Like, as long as we can take out the Bullfrogs, I guess. But yeah, the small ones, they do hit hard, so usually it's something to really be wary of. because they can fuck you up very easily if you don't have any stuns. Obviously, because I also then have the avoid projectiles, which helps a lot with this. Okay. We're about to level up. This is, by the way, working very nicely. If I do equip this brick, because it does have the regrowth, I mean, it's not much health, but it actually helps in a very interesting way. I don't have to directly put all points into Death Wards if I'm having it. And also, I would actually have Death Ward and this brick, which would go off. I don't know at what rate, because for some reason on low health doesn't always mean low health. This could be 25, this could be 20%, this could be 15%, because on low health, this one says specifically when health drops below 15%, so it does not say when low health. So they could be going off at different points, but either it could save me when it's going off beforehand with this brick, that the regrowth goes off beforehand, that it saves me from wasting a Death Ward, or, you know, yeah, having the Death Ward go on cooldown. The other is that with the Death Ward in the beginning there's not much damage absorption and there's not much heal. So you need to put points in there relatively quickly to actually make it something worthwhile to even save you. And 2 Death Wards don't go off at the same time. Just like 2 Berserker Calls do not go off at the same time. So they will override one another. And both go on cooldown. So normally it's not worth it. Like you can have Death Wards 4 different times, or 3 different times. Yeah, 3 different times. With 2 items, and this one, you can only trigger 1 Death Ward. Like I said, this game always chooses the most boring of options. But Death Ward and the regrowth, they can both trigger. So yeah, that working together is pretty nice. I should have actually chosen to level up only after I'm taking the damage. I'm gonna put the points in here. And then I'm gonna equip my unequip the Venom Heart and equip the
You can't carry anymore.
equip the 200 health one that I found with the elemental resistance, and hopefully get to 3000 health. Have you at least taken the other ones? Nope. You could have at least, you know, taken the other items from me. I'm still wondering. This thing, you have 2 Yade figurines that you can get. What do I do with the second one? I'm still as confused as ever about that. Like, nothing, obviously, but... Please, game. Okay, we would have 100 here now. Slow, obviously, for slower attacks. And movement speed would be pretty nice. Okay. I'm missing 1/5 of my health and I'm already like, I gotta heal. It's like 99 out of 100 shots. You gotta reload. Why? Well, you just gotta. Okay. I think the 3 are gonna be the only thing that I'm doing today in the stream. I just want to be out of the swarms, because the swarms is just... it's triggering me. I don't know why I have such a big problem with this. It takes me forever to actually you know, or I'm forgetting it every time where I need to go. And as such, it does take me forever because I have no idea what the effective ways are to go. I should really like it because this is the part of the game where it's actually like, hey, you have different ways that you can go. Not really if you want to do all of the quests, but at least it's giving the illusion of multiple paths. So that's already an up from the base game, right? Where it's literally just walking forward. I like this breakdown here. Like I just take too long every time with this. But also because it is this gray area, well, it's mud green and mud green. No, it's like brown and green shit. Like the brown looks like shit and the green looks like shit. I just don't know. I literally just don't like this area. I mean, it's nice. Overall, it's just a well-designed area, but I just can't stand it. I don't know why. So it always triggers me that when I'm standing in front of this and have to do it. So I want to push through this in this stream. Also, can you please? I'm betting you it wobbles somewhere on the floor now. There. Thanks, game. That took a while. See, little bugs like those, that, I mean, it can't be that hard to fix this, right? Got it, one whiny growth. The other one for saving, so what you want is obviously everything that can save you. So, I mean, to some degree, if it would work better, I would actually play a build that uses Isis Knot. Because she has the restoration, right? It's not a regrowth. I'm pretty sure it's not a regrowth. It's restoration, right? Or even restoration cascade. That would be something to look up, right? Let me just go through this here. Oh yeah, perfect. That's exactly where I wanted to jump into. Ugh. Okay, enough contrast. Artifact. Healing Cascade. Activated on low health, but it's not a regrowth. And it does have the 10,000 health restored. So that is basically a full heal. Then you want the Death Ward, and you don't really need it. So Death Ward, you can get... Well, you want to see that you're gonna get the right one. Because there's shit ones that you don't want to use, and there's good ones. This one is a good one because it has 94% damage absorption and 1000 health restored. This bow here has 77% damage absorption, which is basically the full one. The normal full one. The other one is the real max. But then you have the Restless King here, which only does 25% damage absorption, so that is not a real one. Even 36%, it's... no. The Shade here, that one is a real one. Yeah, and this one is completely shit, right? 36%, yeah. So you want more of those. I'm gonna need a moment. Enjoy. Sorry. I don't particularly like eating on stream. And yeah, napalm records. Because we were listening to Contrast beforehand. And I've discovered a new trick. When my eyes are burning, I have carrot juice with honey. It's something that you really have to get used to because it's not a good taste. But you know, once you get used to it, it's okay. And it actually does help with my dry eyes, because I usually have relatively dry eyes, and especially with the glasses on, when I'm playing too long, or just, you know, sitting in front of a screen or a book for too long, my eyes start burning, and this actually does help. It does not help with, you know, like carrot juice helps with how good you can see. Not so much with colors either, like color intensity and such. You know, you don't really realize it for yourself so much. But yeah, like with my burning eyes, with how strained they are, it does actually help. Okay, so we were looking at this. Death Ward. So we had the shields, but quite frankly, we can dual read. So like I said, what did I make up just now? Was the you know, if we actually made a no death character, and I need to connect my chat again. That really fucking sucks. I wish I could actually, like, you know, people could trigger an effect or whatever so that I know, oh hey, my chat is disconnected. Like, hey, you're not reacting to my message, and blah blah. Seemed like a week or two of a bug hunting for a single dev to solve them all. Like, mostly, yeah, like, I mean, there's apparently really difficult ones. Like in the catacombs in Athens, you know, like everyone knows because it's for literally everyone. When you go through the like from the second to the third floor and from the third to the fourth floor, that you're gonna get stuck, or that it shows another plane of existence of another floor. In that passageway, because basically it is not 3D as in connecting, you are actually walking down those stairs, but it's actually just connecting the one map floor then to another one, and there's just the transition way from through that doorway, and so it basically gets confused with what it has to load there. That's a mostly purely a visual bug, but you can get stuck in there, which is annoying. But that one apparently is really difficult to fix, from what I've heard, because apparently with how it actually works in coding is that you would have to reprogram everything of how the maps load in, and obviously that would be really difficult. So. Okay, that would be one of those where I'm seeing, okay, well, if you explain it to me why that is hard to fix, then I understand it. But yeah, as you say, there are so many small bugs where it's literally just, you could do this. And if it is literally just every half a year, you're just doing a little bit of a refresher. Just, you know, like, I mean, I would think that the devs are actually thinking about the game still. Or is it that the devs are literally just less involved than the players, and just, you know, we're just doing a second one, but we are not looking at the first one. If we do a second one, we want our own vision, or we just have to work on it because that's our jobs as devs. We didn't particularly like to, you know, go into THQ Nordic and then take over Titan Quest. I'm not quite sure, but that is kind of the communication that I'm getting out of it. And I don't think it should be like that. Bandit's King Treasure looks like an amazing item. Can you actually obtain it? I actually, yeah. So last time when I was streaming, I was asking about if people actually got Bandits King's items, and there was someone that actually had 2 items of the set, not the amulet, but yeah, like I said, 10% for 300% total damage. And then we can look up the mark. This one, for example, this one, you're gonna get triggered by this, right? 1% for 1000% reduction to enemies' health, and it's still not gonna do anything to bosses. Minus 500 physical resistance, damage reflected, and this one where I don't know what it even does, so this one is the best item in the game, by the way. Just triggers me. Like, same thing. You have such an extensive tool with your TQ database. Why are you not working on that? that would also seem like an easy fix. It just it just doesn't load correctly. Just set it up again and see if you have missed a space or something. You know, to close off the statement there, that hindered this from loading it. So Ares would have the 10% chance for the 420 physical. This goes up to like 460 or whatever I found. So this is quite hefty. And then obviously with the amulet you would find another 10% for 300% total damage, which can stack. So that would be pretty nice. Physical damage. So with my build I would go for the Myrmidons, because, well, I need elemental resistance, I need bleeding resistance, I need all of the resistances that I can get. There I would have the stun resistance ready. Some extra void projectiles, you know, nice to have. And there would also be health. Mainly it would be Whirlwind, which would be very nice to actually get as a movement ability, and then on top of it 40% physical damage. I'm actually really wondering, for example, the energy leech. I don't really need that particularly. Even the life leech, not really so much. If I could get rid of those and then actually add something with the blacksmith. But as I know, with the blacksmith it gets rid of the elemental resistance and then gives me 100 energy. That's what I actually think will happen. Pendant of Immortal Rage was such a... Everyone had this item back in the day. Like, everyone was just, okay, that's the strongest item. I actually really like Aphrodite's Favor. I only have 2 of those, and 1 in use. Would be the other one. But I do think I have a Myrmidon's Pendant as well. But like I said, Solar Cell found, so unless I'm not dying, then yeah, with this one I'm not quite sure. Star of Elysium would be really very nice as well, because yes, physical damage, but then also pierce and poison resistance and 700 health, and the strength. Like I said, I'm really gonna struggle for attribute points, but I would get the health from other places. So with most of what I can actually... what is going on with my chat? I fucking hate it. Why are you doing that? Was ist, wenn ich einschalte Benachrichtigung, wenn ich erwähnt wurde? What if I get notified if I'm actually being called out? So if you add my name and the message, that I actually get a message that my chat is disconnected? Since that doesn't seem to be a another way to do it right now. Blacksmith doesn't get rid of stats. Wait, I thought the blacksmith actually gets rid of one of the stats and adds 2. Or something like that. Does the blacksmith only add a stat? I thought you could craft over. Just adds prefix and a suffix, okay. Yeah, okay, then that's even better. Then I don't have any gamble in there. Like I said, I have never used it. It's like hoarding potions. Like, yeah, I've unlocked it a few times, but I've never used it because I never had a character that I was so satisfied with that I needed it. But yeah, we were talking about the unkillable characters stuff. The other one would be Berserker's Rage. Obviously you can't. That one you would then already have with the you would already have by taking the Ragnarok expansion skill set. You would already have the Berserk, but you could yeah, refresh. No, not refresh. Refresh though is kind of interesting. -60 to all recharge times. That is kind of neat because it will also refresh. I mean, activate it on low health, and again, I have no idea what low health even means. But it would, for example, then refresh something like Berserker's Rage, which you will already be in, most likely, so it's not that useful, but you know, something like that is nice. But no, I'm looking for something else. If you don't have the Berserker's Rage, then dodge attacks, yeah, sure. It's a really weird one, but like this is the only one that actually adds piercing ratio. I don't think there's another item in the game that actually adds piercing ratio. Berserker's Mantle. So this is the other thing that I would actually wear, which has -10 bleeding resistance and no bleeding resistance. But it has the physical damage, it has total speed, you know, making it a little bit nicer, and it has Sacred Rage, which gives you then the 20% damage absorption. When health drops below 40%, I can actually do something with that. So yeah, this one would be the other one, which is why I don't need full slow resistance. We already have the 30% or whatever from the mastery, and then we get 50% from this one. So I'm not fully, I don't need more of that. But obviously this does not have any resistances, so it makes it even harder. It is kind of like most resistances Amulet, because it's the strongest item in the game, and then you get the you know, resistance, then the mantles or torso armor, and then the artifact. Oh, the other stats just reroll, that is what it was. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, then it's fine. Then I'm gonna find a really bad one, and then I'm gonna reroll into even worse ones. That's how I'm gonna do it. Do you know anything else? Because that would be my 3. I know that, like I said, my 3, my 4. So the healing cascade from the artifact, you get a death ward from the shield or whatever. You get the regrowth from something like this brick. Sacred Rage here, that all keeps you alive. I'm pretty sure there's a 5th one that I'm forgetting, but it would be nice if charms and relics would be more than just stats. You know, if they also had some triggerable effects, but they just don't. So I'm not quite sure about the rings, because like I said, the rings are very... I can't look them up. I don't know if there's any specific ones. That I don't know what this one does. With this one I don't even know anything. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe there's a ring here that actually would help you as well with it. Although I don't know any particular one that actually, like, I mean, yeah, damage absorption is nice, but this one you have to activate. Heat shield, like that, 15% physical resistance is nice to have. Damage absorption for fire. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting a fifth possibility to actually stay alive, but I'm just not sure. Like, I think there's a life leech that actually can get triggered when you're on low health, which could help you stay alive. Yeah, reduced damage, that is another one. Reduced damage, 40% damage absorption. Cold, fire, vitality, lightning. It's cold, fire, lightning, and vitality. Yeah, that one. Could be one, but it's not what I meant. Not here. Consume life. Activated on low health. The death rings. There you go. Vitality damage. Energy leech. That is not what... Okay. That is not helpful. But you know what I mean. Oh, also, I did not listen to how loud the music is. To how much you can actually hear there. I'm a dev, let's take over Titan Quest. Wait, what have you devved? And also, I know jack shit about coding, so perfect. I can probably help you file your taxes if I'm gonna look into it, but otherwise I just studied something useless. Like I always wish that I actually had the nerve to, you know, be somewhat tech savvy at all. But when I don't have an interface to use, I'm just helpless. I'm hopeless and helpless. Save me. But I mean, I would have ideas, if nothing else. Which is kind of weird because... Look at this! What the heck? What am I supposed to do with this donk? Am I supposed to bonk you? I feel kind of bad for him. He's not really in fighting shape here. Here you get a second bomb and then I'm gonna leave you. It's like the Doge meme. I'm really just running around inflicting my stuff and then... this one, by the way, is kind of dangerous. I should be careful with this one. But like I said, we actually have deflection. So yeah, 2 out of 3 I'm actually deflecting for no particular reason. I mean, I like it. But yeah, otherwise this can actually be a, especially if for some reason you would be unlucky and they actually wield a pretty good item, then it can be pretty dangerous. I work at a university developing scientific simulations in Unreal Engine. We're close to working with games. Wait, so what would your projects actually entail then? Why are you working with Unreal Engine? Oh, also, you were probably pretty excited about the tech demo from the Unreal Engine 5, right? That they showed a few days ago. I mean, from what I understood, it was mostly just physics simulation and lighting improvements that they made, rather than showing actual performance data. But you know, it was nice to look at. I should probably post it on my Discord. And I should probably steal it from another Discord. Yeah. And I can open it from here. That is another. I'm not. See, that one would be a bug that I'm not even quite sure if I even want to have it fixed. Sometimes you can open chests from so far away, because like around here where I opened the sepulcher, I'm not even affected by the trap, which is kind of rendering the mechanic of you know, a trapped sepulcher actually being a thing kind of useless. But you know, like if it's in a shit position like this, then I would be fine with, you know, like, okay, fine, whatever, just keep it in there. That doesn't need fixing. Demo looks sick. I don't understand yet how they achieved that. I feel really bad for you, dude. He's gonna be stuck there for all eternity. Should I kill him? Just mercy? Nah. Nah, I feel too bad about it. I think if they are liches anyways, they don't probably care about it too much being stuck in the floor. The devs certainly don't care. Oh, I did not dodge that one, but I dodged the other one. By the way. Yeah, okay. This way, onward. I definitely know where it's going. Now I found the key. That's literally my biggest concern, and I'm always forgetting the key. I'm also always running into the other one, which you saw, the other tomb that does hold nothing but the secret item, which obviously I don't need. Or not right now in any way. Even later on, I don't really care. But I'm actually wondering, the Primrose Passage, can you actually... From what I've seen, it looked really clunky in the beginning. Like, there was actual bugs that you could not slay the monsters in there. But the Primrose Passage, can you actually farm Atlantis items in there? Well, like, from what I've gathered, the Atlantis items, and as you have said as well, they have really shit drop rates. Maybe it is better to actually farm the secret passage for it? Because, I mean, I don't know. In the secret passage you can find Ragnarok items, right? Like, it is literally just any items in the database. A 600 hit. I'm working on a Mars simulation where we test the AI of robots that will be sent there for have a map. So you're an astronaut in space. You're like an indirect astronaut. You're like a rocket scientist. That's definitely how I'm gonna introduce you to the rest of the stream. Mr. Rocket Scientist. Just to embarrass you. No, I'm gonna introduce you like that, like Trump would. Like he's actually like proud of other people's achievement because he's like, well, and it totally when I'm associated with those people, then I'm also a rocket scientist. That is how I would do it. I would go the narcissistic route. Map the Mars surface under Engine 4 and let 3D models of the robots do their thing. So how far are we with the robots? Are they just gonna take over Mars and then build their own colony and then shoot us from there? How real is that threat? Sorry, I'm just shit talking. That actually sounds pretty cool. I mean, it sounds like my worst nightmare for my brain, but overall it does sound pretty good.
You have no more religion.
Hey, time to go back. Like before the boss fight, I would like to give her the items as well. I'm not stepping down there, by the way, because there's a death trap that you can't actually walk backwards. Like, they have the unstuck button, which seems to be the solution for everything. But yeah, down there, I'm
You can't carry
50% just getting stuck. 50% I'm all the time getting stuck down there, so it's a death trap. Well, I really don't have any space. Exclusive to the Atlantis, huh? We'll send some robots to the moon in a few years and build something there to make a travel between moon and Mars possible. It's easier to depart from the moon than from the Earth. I would guess so, but you make it sound like that is a pretty sure thing, but that sounds more like very far into the future music. So I get 6 strength and 80 health. So that was a pretty important quest to actually take. Look at my beautiful burn damage. My electrical burn. I wish they would actually call it something different than electrical burn. Just by the way. And yeah, by the way, we can also test this one. So what if I have this here? Okay, enough of that. Boah. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna get that now. How much did it cost me? Yeah, for some reason, also the valuing system I don't really understand. In jewelry actually in the beginning is in the beginning when you're in Greece, jewelry is the most expensive one, and then you're going into the game further, and then it becomes the least expensive one. Also, the most worth that you had per item slot beforehand was rings and amulets, and then now it's basically not that anymore. So I'm with this one getting 40k. With this one I'm getting 10k, and this is a really good one. Well, then I'm having something like this one that gives me well, okay, this one I found before, so right. But yeah, basically those 1,300 rings that are really not worth it anymore. So yeah. kind of a weird progression there. I mean, I wish I'd have found something else as well, but nope. In roads, is there someone that can help me? Yes, okay. I'm sorry. My fire ring. You have served me well. What is this? You have served me well. But
Thank you.
it's time for a new era. Like 290. I was ready to settle for a 200 one. Yes, it is 4% less fire, but I'm fine with that. We are up to the 3000 health now. Just one more level up. I mean, this is basically the preparation time to actually then face the demons of Act 4. Because, well, I mean, right now it's basically this, we are checking up on some stats before we are then going into the end game of Act 4, which is gonna, well, most likely obliterate us. I wonder if they become more tanky with the totems, or if it is literally just this bleed resistance or vitality resistance thing. The debuffs that they are putting on. Soul Prism. Actually, Soul Prism could be a worthwhile find. I don't have the formulas. I've never in my brain. Also, with the formulas, it could be that we finish one and it actually gives us a completion bonus that would give us a resistance stat. That is a possibility, but see her. I can't petrify. I can't stun. Why? Oh, her, him. Sorry, king and queen. Oh, we actually interrupted him. Nice. Oh, hey, anime trainer. How are you doing, man? Whew. Good thing that I didn't miss you. My chat has been disconnecting the whole time. How are you doing, man? How is it going? You're still the number one, by the way. I'm fine. I have found a challenge that actually makes the game fun to play again. At least for the moment. I mean, I will get bored with this as well, but at least for how much I struggle to actually find something interesting to do in the game right now. I'm actually enjoying my playthrough of this. So yeah, fine for me.
Thank you, kind hero. Save my brother.
Deathless. No death. Solo self-found. Oh, project of the DLR. Yes, I know that. But you are not working in Oberpfaffenhofen, are you? Darf? That would freak me out. Good. Okay. Phew. That would have seriously freaked me out. I mean, would have been also cool, but yeah, I grew up in Wessling, which is Oberpfaffenhofen is a part of it. So I was I still have a sticker from DLR, which was on the they had, when I was like 6 or 7, they had a open door day, and I asked a guy that was like a, you know, like, I mean, I don't know what he was, but he was holding or having presentations for the kids that were there on the day to, you know, tell them basically kid friendly what they are doing there. And like I said, I was actually fairly young, like 5 or 6, and I asked him a question that I can't remember, which is, I'm very sad about that, because apparently I asked him a question that he was just dumbfounded by, because he had no idea about. Like, I mean, that's at least how others tell me. I'm normally trusting my intuition with people better than from my family, because. But apparently, no, apparently he had a look of like, huh, that's a really good question, I actually can't tell you. And so he was apparently very impressed with with me asking stupid questions. And so I got a sticker. Well, I mean, it was probably anyways just a sticker from that they would give out anyways, but the other kids didn't get the sticker that were at the presentation there. So I was highly proud of myself, and I know I still have the sticker around in my parents' house. So that's all my relation. No, I actually also applied for a job there. Well, administration work, so. But obviously, DLR, at least in Oberpfaffenhofen, very hard to get into. Like, if you don't have the necessary vitamin B. I mean, as a workplace, they seem like, I mean, we did have someone that was working there. But I did not ask him to, you know, to support my bid. But yeah, from what I've heard from him, he was very satisfied working for them. This one, fire resistance, vitality damage, 100 health. I mean, why not? Always gone. Always on. Okay. Why am I being licked? I don't know. What did
that was not consensual.
Careful. What was the licking about before you go? Just. Did I say something weird? I probably did. Anyways, thank you for the 50 bits, and say hi to Arvi. Oh yeah, the licking. Okay, yeah, good, I get it. Yeah, I actually was wondering about it, because recently I'm experimenting on the channel a little bit again. You know, because I've picked up streaming again, that I'm, you know, like, when I'm doing something, I also want to do it right. This is basically just because I always have a cowlick on here. That is not so obvious with the camera resolution and, you know, the background. But because I always have a cowlick, I basically just have I have my Licobot handle this for me. But he's a cutie. He's such a fine boy. He's such a fine boy. But yeah. I'm experimenting with getting a new well, I mean, I'm not quite sure. I'm satisfied with this one, but I'm with getting other ones. So yeah. But yeah, thank you for the biddies. Really do appreciate it. You were already #1, so he is a cutie. He is. See, only men with good taste would actually admit that. It's a man's best friend. It's the kind of house animal that I can never have and that is not distracting me from the stream. And that is always present, that does not run away when I point the camera at him. But yeah, like I said, I'm experimenting with some stuff recently to, you know, to actually do some things with my stream that I've obviously, especially when for the first year when I streamed, I tried so many things with, you know, trying to get people to be more interactive in my stream, and none of it has worked. Very sad about that still, but you know, I should not force myself with that stuff anymore. But like, because it's it's actually pretty sad if I'm gonna force myself and nothing works. But just so that I have something to play with, you know, so that I stay awake and you know, like maybe as an introduction thing. I don't know, but you know, like because right now I'm just streaming, and just streaming is kind of boring. Well, I mean, just streaming is the bread and butter of streaming. But what I actually mean is that it feels like everyone does the same thing. And I'm kind of critical of that. Like, everyone is kind of like, yeah, I'm just playing a game, give me money. I really value when I have people around. Like I said, I'm already valuing it a great deal that Darth is actually hanging out. Because otherwise there would be literally no one in the channel. I'm not having the leeway of some other people that, you know, just get viewers for free and that get people checking out their channels for free. So the least I can do is actually provide a fun experience for the people that are around. And for that, right now my channel is just two little things that can be done in it. Like, you can only watch, great, but I mean, that gets kind of old pretty quickly. So yeah, like there would be stuff that I actually should work on, make this better. Did you see the visual bug that the Ralph trends was not actually activating? Oh, the slowdown does actually apply to her. That's nice. Can you stop that? Do I really have to step away from you? Just okay. No, you literally don't stop. Okay. Wait, how did she actually get slowed? She did not get slowed with this one. Yeah, from her I'm actually kind of afraid. As you can see, like she does actually have quite a bit of damage, and if you're getting hit by the Metroids, obviously I could, you know, if you could actually activate the Shadow Step, yeah, the Shadow Strike, if you could just activate it and run away somewhere else to actually dodge a hit, that would be pretty nice. Unfortunately, there's not something you can do. I need to choose a target, and for that, if I'm standing right in front of her, then I'm just getting hit. So I can't, with the Shadow Strike, unfortunately evade any of such attacks. Which is pretty sad. Like, it would be a pretty cool mechanic. So yeah, run around her, and then... Ravenous, okay, so she had Life Leech and Intelligence. I mean, it's not that much damage extra, but good enough. I'm happy enough that we can actually beat her like this. Obviously, standing close. I don't know how much reduced damage she is doing with it. I would think that she is actually taking the full 36% reduced damage as a debuff, but I'm not quite sure, since she's a quest monster and a quest boss. If she doesn't have any resistances to it, normally she shouldn't, but normal bosses, act bosses and whatnot will have that, so it's relatively useless against them. Or especially the legendary monsters, that will be... Yeah. That's kind of then the extra challenge mode. Can I stay deathless against the legendary monsters? Which usually is actually... Like, especially when you're ranged. Something like the Dragon Lich and the Manticore. They are no problem at all. Even Fafnir, I guess? I don't know Fafnir as well as the others. And I don't know what extra boss there is. Oh my god. See, this one is... I'm not happy about this one. I don't know how much damage he would be putting on me. Okay, so now we have dodged that. That is probably the most important here. Okay. Yeah, you could see that. If he does that attack, I think that is his highest damage, but if he gets hit by multiple projectiles from the other one, then it is none the better. Okay. Good. Ah. Stressful. If nothing else, this is stressful. Just like the... I literally got all of the heroes. In the part that I did not stream, where I just went to Chang'an and then to Wuzhou, it was actually pretty, in that regard, pretty action-packed. Like, I mean, I did not stream it because, yeah, okay, whatever, I can just farm that myself. I don't need to have many people around there because that is not the interesting part. Then what I actually reserved for today is the interesting part. I ended most Deathless runs was Dactyl. Strongest monster in the game, apart from the extra passage. Yeah. Oh yeah, but I got all of the hero monsters from Chang'an, every single one. I had the Dragona hero. Well, I mean, I only had 2 Dragona heroes, and there's 3 different ones. There's the spear one, there's the mage one, and there is the bow one. And I only had the bow and the mage. I had tiger heroes. I had even the Yarens. I had 2 Yaren heroes. I did not even know that there was 2 different Yaren heroes there. I thought there was only one of them. But I got an elder and a clan chef. Chief. So what was the other ones that are there? Tiger heroes. There's another one that I'm missing. Whatever. But yeah, all of them. I mean, they were not a big issue, but still. Actually, I should probably, before I'm gonna do this boss fight, I should actually level up and get my 3000 health. Just so that we are very safe. Like, because I also liked, you know, I've been working on those 3000 health so long. I should probably get that level up before we are gonna go into the actual boss fight. But yeah, Duff, how long have you studied this? That you're already working on it? Like, are you in your master's program, or are you already finished? Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I'm there, right? Let's get the... Maybe we are gonna get a good item out of it as well. This is definitely worth it. 100%, you just see. But yeah, you can see I want to be a little bit intelligent, interrupting attacks with my stuns. Like, yeah, even though my stuns are not long, but you know, you don't just interrupt the actual attack, but then they have to do another one. Unfortunately, the animation is a little bit janky because obviously they are attacking as to how their attack speed or cast speed is going. So when you interrupt an animation, they will just start a new one when they are out of the stun. It's not like you are actually stunning them at the end of one animation and then they have to go into a new one, but they will just start with a new one. So it's not that much of a time save, but you know, it's nice to have. And yeah, Ductile is especially when the Ductiles have items that that give them either resistances or extra damage top, like, you know. If they have one that actually give extra what was is this beam? It's like all different kinds. It's like physical damage, vitality damage, bleeding or something, I don't know. But yeah, if he has a weapon that actually gives modifiers to that. Or speed modifiers. Oh god, that's the worst. When he actually gets extra speed modifiers. His trample is actually doing quite a bit of damage. At least I can be sure I have done everything right. We have literally visited every place. Left no spot back open. By the way, I wonder if they can buff each other. Ooh. Book of Dreams. There you go. Sleep resistance, physical resistance, electrical burn. And +1 to Dream Mastery. Works for me. With Solo Self-Found, why I'm always playing Self-Found is because, hey, I'm actually very happy with finding those items, right? Which is just another thing that I have as a feeling when I'm when I would be trading with anyone. So we have already had the nah, but I was looking at the Soul Prism like you know what, that's kind of okay. This one just, well. Artifact equipment. Okay, Scroll of Skyridge we can get. Shroud of the Eternal Night. And Oneiros. How am I supposed to get this? It's not like I can farm for those. For that one, I would really have to get either dive into the other characters. Or like what I've already found with other characters. Because it also seems that you can't find with one character every single every single recipe. You can get it from a quest, maybe, that you can get the artifact that you need, but I'm not quite sure if I can. Like I said, I do think that some characters do not find or that every character that you make has a certain specific set of artifacts that they can find. Just like with the name that you are actually choosing, it is determined what modifiers you're gonna get from the Delphi quest. So I'm not quite sure. Oh, poison resistance. That's nice. Yeah, but I'm not quite sure if that is the case. But even if I could farm for all of them, even if it is technically possible, where would I go about Scroll of Oneiros and Eternal Night? Like Eternal Night, I know I've already found in the first act, so I guess I would go there. But there's no, like, the chances for this are so slim. I don't even, like, even farming bosses, they don't give higher chances for recipes. So you literally just run around in the act and just, well, maybe I'm gonna get it, maybe not. And I don't like it. I don't particularly... Kind of ruins my vibe. Yeah, with the Spirit Siphons, I was actually wondering if multiple of those actually do apply, if they can buff each other with that. Pretty sure I farmed every single formula with just one character. The Telkins are always the best ones to farm formulas. Are you sure? Because I'm not so confident about that. I mean, I have not particularly looked at the Telkins to farm formulas, but it never particularly looked to me that they would actually be preferable. Like, I'm still getting more formulas definitely from playing the game than I do get from boss farming. So, I mean, it might be that they have technically the biggest chance, but like I said, seems to me that 5 hours of farming the normal game overall then still wields more than farming them. And then I'm still not getting what I want, so... Huh. But like I said, stun resistance we would have. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with 10% electrical burn damage. It's basically nothing. But the physical resistance would be nice, and the sleep resistance would be nice. And obviously, +1 to 3 mastery is always kind of needed.
A good day.
15% intelligence and 200 health, not bad. This one I'm gonna keep. Seems okay. It also triggers me every time how they have balanced the game to give, you know, you can get +4 to maximum, to the maximum of skills. It's almost midnight. And hey, I have a better ring than before, and with the 35 fire resistance. Thank you very much, game. You can get +4 to the maximum skills, but you can't get more than that. Well, for one, what I have never gotten is a +2 on head armor from the Erebus crystals. I don't even know how to trade for it either. I don't even have items that are worth for trading. And yeah, thank you for giving me another soul prison. Which I did not even... yeah, soul prism also needs touch of the Fool and Sunstone. But yeah, like if you get Stonebinder cuffs, if you get then the +2, that you could actually make a build out of I have +10 to the masteries. But no, it's not balanced like that. Like, oh no, that would be OP. We don't have this, you know, diminishing return stuff. We're not doing that. It triggers me every time. If it gave me something else than intelligence, I would actually get it. Armor, pierce, stun, intelligence. If it would give me a resistance, then I would actually get that one. This one I just got for the casting speed.
So long. I cannot get iron.
Maybe.
The price of bronze. You're lucky I got anything for sale. Goodbye.
No problem, dude. Was a pleasure saving your son.
I hope he will have
I got a soul prism artifact out of this formula, so it was totally worth it. Don't you worry. It was an issue close to my heart. No. I'm fine with this compensation. It's okay. It's all I wanted. Really.
A real hero, my caravan.
A real hero. Like me. I posted a list of formulas on the Discord. Okay. I also should... I hate being tagged by the everyone, but okay. Where was... Yes, nope. Game requests? Announcements? No. Nope. Nope. Oh, there we go. I had it right in front of my eyes. Unreal Engine. Wait, wasn't there? No. I thought this was a YouTube link. But yeah, there we go. For those that have not seen it. Okay, Pyro. I'm not gonna watch the chloroform clip. Yeah, I know. I've already seen it, by the way. It's the one where, this is... I'm totally gonna show you how fake chloroform is, and then he knocks himself out. Which is fake, by the way, but... just tell me if I'm right about that one. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I'm on the internet for far too long for a youngster like you to actually show me something new here. I mean, I have much too little of a life to actually be caught off guard by that. I've seen everything on the internet. You have so much to live for. Well, I've already seen everything on the internet. Oh yeah, well then I might as well get Easy Kite, I guess. That's another one to add, right? They say you have so much to live for. And then I say, but I've already seen everything on the internet. And then they understand. It's time. It's my time to get isekai'd. How do you spell isekai? I'm not quite sure about that, but must be good enough. No, I have already put this down as the 14th. I don't care if it is after midnight. Tunes are banging. Oh, good that you like it. This is from Unleash the Archers. I had a fan of them constantly recommending me. I've not particularly been the biggest fan, but they do actually have very solid songs. So. Like there's just nothing that I particularly say, oh yeah, that song of them and or that album. But yeah, they're very solid. I can understand why he's a fan. Also good that you can actually hear it. Because I was very unsure about that. Also, is my voice actually sounding different from how it used to sound on the stream? Because I tweaked some stuff in the audio channel from Streamlabs OBS, but who actually has any idea of... I did not test if it really makes a difference in recordings. I really wanted to see if it makes a difference on the stream, but I guess it would be that I actually have the... I mean, that I have the microphone closer to me. Like, does this make a difference? It just... my voice is louder. But does this actually make a difference if I would have my microphone here, right in front of my face? Because I'm not quite too convinced, and it is annoying as fuck. Shadow of Shadows is kind of nice. Good that I have Shadow on my stream. On my stream. We've got the level up from the quest. But yeah, is this better? Like, if I actually had my microphone this close in front of my face, does that actually sound better than when I have it normally on my... like, I have... the reason why I normally don't have it here is, well, for one, it's annoying as fuck, standing right in front of me and I don't have an arm for it. But also because it's standing on a... on kind of like a coaster, so that you don't hear me bumping on the... you know, when my massive penis is bumping against the table, that you don't hear that so much. Oh, by the way, we have 2,960 life, and I'm getting 20 life per up on the mastery. We yeah, 10% health. Okay, yeah, good. Okay, so 10% extra health adds the extra. So I'm not... I could have 3,075 if I put this in the Dream Mastery. But no, we're gonna put it in here, and then we have 3,026. 50 difference, that's actually quite hefty. But yeah. So we would have the Circle of Power then unlocked, and we would have the Dark Covenant. The Dark Covenant is really just there as a damage up, if I need it. Also, you know, total speed for casting speed and whatnot. This is late game. There's so much more to get before that. Like I said, I also want to actually get the Soul Vortex tested out, and the Life Drain before that, and you know, we have to finish those guys. Although right now, because it doesn't give me any minus damage resistance debuff, I don't need Life Leech and Vitality damage resistance down so much right now. Like, it would be nice to get the Vitality thing, because obviously with the Psionic Touch I do have Vitality resistance, and with the Distort Reality I have Vitality resistance. There is a synergy behind that, but not so much that I would say this is warranted to take right now. The minus total speed is one that I actually forgot before, and when I was describing or when I was explaining where we should probably go into to, you know, become more tanky or pseudo tanky then, take less damage. The minus total speed actually is another one that would be kind of nice. Also, you know, we would get more of a radius there. Would feel probably smoother to play. But like I said, we have 3 levels. We are finally at 3 levels. We need till the Death Ward. So, and I want this level up. I want the 3 levels before we are gonna get hopefully to Cerberus. Maybe I would even be down to farming if we are not yet there for the tower. Not quite sure. Also, my god, I need more inventory space. There's no more inventory space that I can get other than when I sell stuff. Shroud of Shadows. I don't even think I have this one yet. But yeah, reduced entrapment duration is nice. Sleep resistance, like that. We would be full on stun resistance with this one, so... Like, even with just D25 that I have from this, we would be full. Because, like, stun resistance is 80%, right? So that one is... I don't need it. But, well, this one has energy and leech resistance, and obviously the extra 10% health and cold resistance that I would have then to put on somewhere else. But yeah. It's not amazing, but it's a nice item to have. That's kind of interesting. We did... yeah, I do have the trickery here with the 64 armor, so we found a better version of it. Or with 1% less dodge attacks, but yeah. I don't know why it is always the only thing that is put on those. Like at the of trickery, I don't know, it is always just that. There's no good affix on it. Ever. But yeah, I can finally get the Heracles Might out of it now. But like I said, we need a better torso armor as well. Still. So once I find that. Cold poison. Yeah. So I'm keeping this for just the off chance of something happening. By the way, the Psionic Beam still works for melee weapons though. Despite what the skill describes it. See, that is why I hate skill descriptions. I want to actually see it. Like I want them to actually play a little movie that shows, hey, this is how the skill actually works. Because then I also don't have to put points into it and know how it actually looks in the game. So yeah, I hate those descriptions. They are never as good as some visual representation. Reduces the charge level of Psionic Touch. Yeah, okay, yeah, that works. Yeah. I actually thought you meant projectile speed goes up as well. That would be kind of cool. Like, for example, when you have the throwing knives or whatever, that your projectile speed would actually go up. But I guess that is only with staves then. It would be really cool if you actually get chance to pass through enemies for projectiles, you know, that are not staff related. But yeah, I guess that actually works. I guess it is not completely wasted with that. But then again, I'm not right now doing much with Deep Psionic Touch, right? So does not matter too much to me. But thanks for actually pointing it out. I definitely... I mean, I would have come to the conclusion, but yeah, I would not have had it on my mind.
You can't hold anymore. Your inventory is full.
You can actually slide them across the floor if you are
carry anymore.
If you're full. Because it obviously transports the item to right above you, so you can actually drag them across basically. Activating Psionic Touch on every second instead of every fourth. Well, I mean, yeah, it makes a difference if you're using basic attacks a lot. For me, it doesn't. But yeah, obviously, yeah. Like I said, I'm more of a battle mage than anything else. So for me, it's kind of a whatever. But maybe I'm gonna try it at some point. But yeah, like I said, such those are the small things that you are just learning, like where it's not so much understanding, you just gotta know it. You just gotta experience how it goes. That you just learn from playing the ARPG and you know, like you're getting the playing experience in that lets you know such stuff. Something wicked's coming this way. I like to make a portal because otherwise it's stressful. I like to make a portal here. I also like to kill Dino if possible. No, actually, how I'm usually approaching this fight. I'm running around the shroud, obviously. Nice that I can actually put this on 2 of them. I'm not quite sure why they have so many shrouds right now. But I like to keep them alive. To weaken them. Huh, I can actually crit. So yeah, I like to run around to bait out the shroud. And then when I'm attacking, I like to attack them all at the same time. Because for me, for some reason, it is easier for me when there's a lot of them. I'm not quite sure why, it's just how I learned this fight. I like to keep them alive, so that they also don't get any big damage buffs. And then finish them all up relatively close together. I'm not quite sure if I can actually... Nope. This one just died by itself. Okay. Nice crit at the end. They are pretty good boss to farm, usually, for items. Not this time, but okay.
Your inventory is full.
Sad about that. But yeah, they usually have some good drops here. They are just bosses where you don't even have to farm it. Because they are not worth it. Like that, the Scorpion King with the double majestic chest that he gives. And it's always just shit.
You'll want provisions where you're heading.
How do you know where I'm heading? It's just normal world politics right now. You just need provisions wherever you're heading. Oh, 1% intelligence. Sounds amazing. I mean, I guess. I wonder if they have, how they have handled it. Is it 40 now? I thought I thought it was 50% overall. The maximum that you get with the stately. How it works is that there's an amount that you get, and I thought it was 50%. That the three modifiers are actually gonna be split up on. And obviously, well, there's a weaker one, there's a middle one, there's a strong one. Well, actually, there's kind of like 2 strong ones that can be the same value, and then there's a weaker one. And overall, they can't exceed 50%. But recently, I've not found anything higher than 40%. So maybe they have made that a little bit weaker. Kind of a bummer, if they did. Also, in the beginning, I actually like the beginning of every ARPG a lot better than the end game. Because I like to change out gear, and I like to always think around the next corner there's something better to be gotten, right? Like there's easy progress to be made. Well, it's not about being easy, but it's about I can actually find something. And I like to farm for endgame items, sure, like those absolute endgame items that I've shown in when we made, when we theorized about the character. But when you're then later on so locked in to basically like, hey, the only thing that I would replace this one is with a better version of the same. And no, I actually would like it, or I like it most when I, have, like in the beginning of this game, when you have yellow items and then you're getting this, oh, hey, I find a blue one here, or I find a green one there. I don't know how someone would approach it in any way, but if that progression would be kept up, right? Like right now there's this notion that like with every passing level, every time you're putting in an item in a slot, you will keep that item for even longer than the last one. And like I said, I would really like it. Just the general gameplay, I like it more. When I always think, oh yeah, there's something that I can just make of my own and put in there. That, you know, sick effect, by the way. It's not horrible if she wouldn't stand right in it. I don't know how I pushed her into this, but sure. I want to say her tits pushed her into this. Scrolls, by the way, I'm kind of wondering about this. I think I should take scrolls with me. This is against elemental. I'm wondering if I can already get damage absorption or something like that. But that I do have one of them ready. Just if I need it. Just if something is coming up and I'm not quite sure how to handle it, that I'm actually gonna think of the scrolls. And yeah, psionic touch would be much better if you trigger it on every second attack. If you actually triggered something together with the psionic touch, right?
They say the gods have gone.
No, don't kill those. Oh. Okay, this worked. Wait, you have... Oh. Wait, they don't have life. Why do they not have life? I don't... Huh. Oh, also, by the way, that is really cool. And with the Trance of Wrath, there's kind of a hidden thing to it. It does have, when you are applying the Trance of Wrath, you are applying the 1 second skill disruption. And for monsters that are queuing up a skill and they want to attack you with it when they are actually storming onto you, they will just stand around for this 1 second, or you know, however long they still have a wait. They will just stand around because they don't know what to do when they actually wanted to start up with a skill, but you disrupted the casting of it, which is pretty nice. I actually really like that interaction. It's kind of this quirky stuff that I like. Also, we have made it out of the forest, so I mean, I made it through the base game. I made it through Typhon and whatnot. So I guess I'm fine with that. And we have already made it out of the forest, so pretty solid, I would say. Why is he so small? Champions would be very nice. Health, total damage, but not in this version. And obviously champions, heroes, gods. Kerplank found an armor piece, which was actually really good. Like really good in base damage, in base armor. Veterans of the gods. Absolutely ridiculous. Such a bullshitter. I mean, he farms so much more, so I mean, for that one he did not farm, and I highly doubt that he is putting it to good use, but you know, for how much he is playing this game more than me, it's fine. It's fine, it's okay, I'm not salty about it. I just hate him for all eternity, but otherwise it's fine. Yeah, send him a clip of that because I want him to know. It's about the message. And yeah, here you can see why I actually have so much lightning resistance. Don't want that. Like lightning, you actually do want before you want fire resistance. Like the for staying alive, the biggest elemental resistance is the lightning resistance. Because like cold is the most utility one, so it will do less damage. I mean, there's some very strong ones, but usually cold
You can't carry any
kind of negligible for the most part. Fire puts on a lot of damage, but you can actually calculate it. Lightning is this kind of lottery thing. Can hit you very hard. So for staying alive when you're actually trying to calculate stuff, the lightning one is the most important to actually get up first. Why am I not making a teaching series here? And yeah, like for right now, with those guys around, my poison resistance is so much needed. Like even with 45% or 48%, they're doing so much damage. But as you can see, 73% lightning resistance. I did skill correctly for this one. Skill disruption in addition to reduced resistances make the trance of Wrath much better than the other trances in my opinion. Well, yeah, I like and I will take the damage absorption. But I do have to say, yeah, the trance of Wrath is unfortunately that good. Unfortunately as good as everyone was constantly saying. Like, I don't like that it is that good, quite frankly. I don't... I mean, this build, the Diviner, has basically everything, like, yeah, well, most things. So it is very cool to actually play this one, but... And like, it's exactly what I don't like about the Dream Mastery, right? It's like, it's just OP. I don't want to play something OP. If it is easy, I don't want to play it, but you know. That is why we are playing this one on Deathless and Solar Saffron.
Your inventory is you have no more room.
Although, next set, I think after midnight, and we have done, well, more than enough at least. So I'm gonna think that was my last big heroic deed for this one. More shades. Oh yeah, no, they did. Okay, good. They did kill people. So, well, I mean, not particularly good. This is, by the way, a pretty cool effect with the shades that they are leaving, that they are walking around the bodies. Well, bodies. There's only one, and there's two shades. So I'm not quite sure. I was actually wondering why those don't die, but they're just city guards. Like I said, in normal there's just no saving them. In normal they are just helpless, hopeless. But yeah, like total damage, 100 health. Would have been really cool. Like I said, I already tried to make a total damage build, but it was just not... Like, I mean, finding the items for total damage is already hard enough. But it also just wasn't really working out, unfortunately. I'm really sad about that.
Beware those pale marauders!
Have you seen Admetus? Glass
Okay. Well, far off till our next level up. Unfortunately, but we made it. 3000 life. We finished the first 3 acts. We actually got into Act 4 quite nicely. We still don't have an artifact. Oh, we found we found the regrowth item. So that is actually I'm actually pretty happy about this find, even though I'm not using it yet, but one more strength that I would need. Pretty happy about that one. And well, is there anything else to be happy about? I don't know. Probably. I'm always keep focusing on the positives. But yeah, thank you for watching. Do appreciate it. Thanks for talking, Darth Pyro. Keeping me company. At some point, I'm gonna tell you, at some point, I will have a stream that people are watching. No, I've said that. I've said it for 2 years. I've given up on that. But at some point, maybe I'll have a stream that multiple people are watching. Multiple bots. Is there anyone that I particularly... Do you have anyone that you want to raid? Otherwise... Well... Yeah, otherwise I don't have anything particular. Maybe... maybe just go to a sloth. Mr. 4th degree, right? I don't know what 4th degree would play to, if it is a hint to something, but he seems to be playing VTMB blind. So I'm gonna raid him. You know, guys need more raids. So there you go. Thank you very much for hanging out. Like I said, really appreciate it. My pleasure. There's a raid message. If you don't have it, then... I mean, my bot doesn't even have it,